There's some areas that we need to be addressed to. I don't know if the front office is going to, but like I said before, we didn't come as an offense at all during the whole year. There's a lot of holes throughout the lineup from 1 to 9. And the only thing that we can control is show up next year and keep working. But as an organization, I think the Cardinals are one of the biggest organizations in baseball, and if I was them, if I was the front office, I'd be hungry to own this division, but we haven't owned this division in the last 2 years.
Let's get nasty on a Monday. It's a Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with Carey Davis and Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. 2:03, your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. That was Willson Contreras with some interesting remarks over the weekend about the front office and the status moving forward here of your St. Louis Cardinals. Guys, Willson Contreras, he really said a lot of the things that many fans feel, including this front office. Is kind of up to the front office to maybe do something to get going a little bit, to sign somebody or to make the additions that they need to make for this team to be pointed right back in the right direction here. But for you guys, was there anything specifically that he said over the weekend that stood out to you?
No, not really. I mean, as far as Willson Contreras is concerned, I think he spoke his truth. And he's a guy that signed with the Cardinals. And this is the part that I don't think we can overlook, is during the sales pitch to get free agents or, keep guys like Arenado instead of him opting out and all those things. Like, there's a certain amount of guarantee that you tell these players.
Yeah.
And when you guarantee or tell them we're going to be competitive, we want to win the division, we want to be a contender, and then your actions don't follow what you say, then the players start to get a little bit irritated. And Willson Contreras, I'm sure there's a lot of hostile energy inside of him after the stuff that went on last year at the start of the season, and then Ollie saying he might be in the outfield and he's not in the outfield and DH, and so he's probably a little ticked off too. He's probably a little sour right now because his season did not go according to plan. He played fine, but a broken arm and a broken finger put that to bed for as far as his season's concerned. And I think he's a competitive dude. He doesn't want to sit here in Cardinal Nation and lose year after year after year, spend his 5 years on a losing team. So I didn't have any issue with what he said. I do feel, though, now, like there has been a line in the sand that has been, drawn out. And now the Cardinals, if you're the ownership, you got to do something. You either have to trade the player or you have to change your front office.
I agree with you. I think when you are talking about signing free agents and Willson Contreras being on the other side in Chicago and seeing how the Cardinals were viewed nationally and in their division, he probably was very excited to come over here and replace Yadier Molina. But then you have a couple of years like you have where you lose 91 games in one, and now you're eliminated from the playoffs in the second year, 2 consecutive years of missing the playoffs. I think there is a level of frustration because this is not what I expected. This is not what I was told. I was told we would have a lineup that would allow us to make, have a good time, score a lot of runs, pitching would be added. And I'm sure they told them in the offseason, you know what, guys, we were right there. We just got to add pitching. All right, we added pitching, and we still don't score enough runs.
Yeah.
We still didn't win enough games. So, going into 2025, what will be corrected and how will we get to that point? Are we going to just roll out the same guys that we did this year? Nah, probably going to get the same results. So, I had no problem with it. I think, I'm glad that the Cardinals have players that are willing to speak up and speak out and not just, we're right there. No, you're not. Let's stop pretending like you're right there. The Brewers are right there and have been for the last couple of years. You aren't. You got work to do, in all the facets of the game. So hopefully, this offseason we don't get a status quo type of response, and we get some movement and some things actually happening.
Yeah, you've taken a step back.
Yeah.
It's not only you're right there. You've taken a step back. Clearly, you're right. The Brewers are right there. They need to figure out their postseason issues. They need to figure out offensively how do they get better when it really matters in October. The Cardinals aren't right there. The Cardinals have taken a clear step back. Here's Willson Contreras on what the Cardinals need to add in order to improve. At least he was asked that question.
That's a good question for the front office to ask, to answer. I'm not gonna answer that question, but I think if you look at the numbers as an offense, you'll notice what's been missing. And but as a group, we need to make an adjustment for next year for sure.
Okay, so this is what he said. If Willson Contreras' English is pretty good, but maybe some of the audio you didn't completely grasp it. The question was, what areas do you need help? He said, that's a good question for the front office to answer. I'm not going to answer that question. But I think if you look at the numbers as an offense, you will notice what's possibly missing. As a group, we need to make an adjustment next year for sure. Seems like a fairly plain challenge laid down. That was Jeff Jones who had that on Twitter. So what do you think he's talking about, what's missing? Because you could go a lot of different ways here. You could go middle of the order bat. You could go power. You could go,
yes.
Just overall stud. Yeah, both.
Yes.
All
is
of the above.
Do you think that's what he was gathering when he said, and I quote, if you look at the numbers as an offense, you will notice what's possibly missing?
Well, here are the numbers. 772 runs in 22, 719 in 23, 694 in 24. Like, you're progressively getting worse in runs scored over the last 3 years. It's I don't know how, I mean, obviously in 22 you had Albert Pujols, who was on a career trying to track down 700 home runs. Like, he was really the exciting part of that offense and that team. You had Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado both finishing top 3 in MVP voting. But since then, 22 was bad. But they scored more runs 23 was bad, but they scored more runs last year than they did this year. How is that? How do you manage that? And you, granted, you still got a few more games left, so maybe they catch it. But you're not scoring enough runs. Your pitching has gotten better, but you're still in the same place, which is not in the playoffs. And if Willson Contreras is saying they know what needs to be done, they have to do it. Where's the lie? Where is he wrong? And when you are a player that is paid as well as he is, has term left on his deal, is going to be here for the foreseeable future, that's the person that's supposed to say it. If Nolan Arenado isn't going to say it, if Paul Goldschmidt hasn't said it, if the guys that are superstars or guys that are paid as superstars aren't willing to say it, somebody has to. And Wilson's saying, here you go. This is what needs to happen. Yeah. That's his job. So I'm not disappointed or bothered by it at all.
No, I don't think anybody is, really. If you've watched this team, we have certainly. Cardinals fans have. If you've watched this team, you know that something's missing. And we could get into kind of the player aspect of it because there are guys who have been outspoken that also haven't done their part. But even if they had, let's just say, average seasons, some of these guys, is this still a playoff team? No, it's not. I think that's clear. You look at this season, how it's unfolded. They figured, well, we'll just get a little bit better in pitching. We'll be good to go. Can't get any worse. But the offense really didn't make any strides, and the pitching wasn't good enough to elevate you. There's nothing on this team that elevates.
From last year, what was different? Like, the offensive wise. Like, obviously Willson has missed some time. Goldie and Arenado haven't performed, I think, to the level that we all expected. But what else? Like, Jordan Walker wasn't here. Nolan Gorman hasn't done much this year. Hadn't hit the 35 home runs that I was promised because he's a power guy. He's going to strike out, but I didn't get that from him. So what else has been lacking from this team? Is it simple as Goldie and Arenado not performing to the level of the expectations?
I think it is. I think that's what you circle because that's the middle of your order. Those are the boppers you're supposed to have. You're supposed to have Contreras, Goldie, Arenado, the big three somewhere in the middle of your lineup. And Contreras, due to injuries, hasn't been there for most of the season. And Goldie and Arenado really haven't been there from an offensive output. So, yeah, I think that's that's the main thing you circle.
Yeah. Well, even if you go back to last season, though, Goldie and Arenado were better than what they were this year.
Yes.
You still didn't make the playoffs. You actually came in last place in your division. So I don't know if it's just them. I think you need more. And I don't know how much you can just rely on these young players if you're trying to be a World Series-esque team. Now, if you want to go in the other direction, like we've been saying, and go with a youth movement, perhaps you end up being one of those teams in 3 or 4 years. But right now, you can't win with all those young players because they're unproven at this point.
Yeah, the youth movement, we can have that conversation again. The youth movement is more of an opportunity to actually fix what the problem is. If the Cardinals are going to go into the offseason thinking, well, if we just make some tweaks, we're going to be fine, I think we're just going to run it back and be in the same spot as last year. So I understand, Marshy. I think you're speaking for some of the fan base, which is like, wait a minute, you're going to go with the youth movement, and you're not actually moving forward. But
well, I think it's both. I think you got to pick a direction here. So you either go with
agreed.
the youth movement, and then you have the expectations of, hey, we're probably not going to make the playoffs next year, but this team could be really good 2 or 3 to 4 years from now when those guys do get those reps and they become what they're supposed to be at the major league level. Or do you go out and get a guy like Brent Rooker, like you've been saying, or go get another bat because you do want to get back to the playoffs? But if you're going to make that move, you have to do it wisely. You have to make the right moves, not just what they did this season.
correct.
Realistically, you got 2 free agents, Paul Goldschmidt and Matt Carpenter, and I assume that Goldie will be back here. One of us sent an article over the weekend that Matt Carpenter wants to be back, so that means he probably will be.
Maybe as a coach, like actually a coach this time.
You don't have
Not a player coach.
And then you got Gibson and Lance Lynn with team options. Everybody else is essentially under contract. So are we under the assumption that there will be trades made in the offseason?
I'm under no assumption with the Cardinals.
So
I think they lack vision.
It's going to essentially, more than likely, be the same people that are here right now with the hopes, if they just play a little bit better,
Right.
we'll be a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm going to reserve my opinion on this until I find out who's actually going to be running this team. Because if it's John Mozeliak, then I agree with what you guys are saying. It's probably not much of a change. Tweak 1 or 2 minor things and hope for the best.
Yeah.
If it's not John Mozeliak, that means the Cardinals, as an ownership group, have had enough. That they're not happy with the vision of the team. They're not happy with what's been going on. And whoever they put in place should probably have a different vision than what they've currently been doing.
Agreed. All right, we're gonna dive into all aspects here because Willson Contreras is not the only Cardinal veteran player that was outspoken over the weekend. Nolan Arenado was as well. So we'll tell you what he said if you haven't heard it, or we'll at least explore what he said at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk about John Mozeliak. We'll talk about what the Cardinals can actually do to change things. We're gonna kind of mix in some mic drops too. So if you've got thoughts on the Cardinals, you want to leave us a mic drop, you can via the 101 ESPN app. And we are going to do some football too, including Overreaction Monday following another big Sunday in the NFL. That's next on 101 ESPN.
you're looking for brand new windows, head over to Window World. They are simply the best for less. My friends over at Window World, they do a fantastic job of making sure the customers are completely satisfied. Their technicians do a great job of getting it. They measure everything properly for your home, and then the windows are custom ordered. So if there is a little discrepancy in the size, you get a custom window so that it's sealed perfectly, and that helps as well with the efficiency of it. At Window World, they use a double-strength glass that gives it a strength not commonly used in replacement windows, and now that means, again, is better durability and better efficiency. They back all of that with a lifetime warranty that covers all the parts, the glass breakage, and the labor. And right now, they are still offering up to 36 months, same as cash financing with approved credit. And all you have to do for all that great stuff is give them a call. But when you call them, tell them Jamie Rivers from 101 ESPN sent you in. That qualifies you right away for 4 Blues tickets to an upcoming game. And that number is 314-993-1800. That's 314-993-1800. Or visit them at windowworldstlouis.com.
It's another wild Sunday in the NFL. Time for some overreactions. We will get back into the Cardinals and all of the fallout from this weekend. We just got done talking about Willson Contreras. We'll dive into the Nolan Arenado comments in about 10 minutes. Andrew Marsh, Carey Davis, Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter. Carey, what was your overreaction, your biggest overreaction from Sunday?
The 49ers could be done.
Oh, wow.
I'm just saying it right now. There's too many injuries, man. I just think there are too many injuries mounting up. You got McCaffrey injured. I know Jordan Mason has been doing really well, but he's not Christian McCaffrey. You got Deebo Samuel out. You got, I know Trent Williams went down, but I think it was just cramping. You got George Kittle who is injured. Like, all of these injuries mounting up for a team that most of us expected to make it to the Super Bowl. Then that loss they had yesterday, you shouldn't lose to the Rams in the manner in which they did. So, for me, I just think it's going to be too many injuries. I know Juwan Jennings had a hell of a game. Probably won't happen that way again because teams are going to be dialed in onto him. So, for me, just the number of injuries, if Christian McCaffrey, now their schedule it benefits them. They got the Patriots next week, they got the Cardinals, and then the Seahawks before they go into the Chiefs. So if all of the guys can get back healthy and they're able to win, 2 of those 3 games before they get to the Chiefs, then possibly. But The Patriots, I think, play really hard. They're not very talented. The Cardinals are pretty talented and have a team that, sorry, Jamie, they could have won yesterday, but referees made a few terrible calls.
Carey Davis all of a sudden blaming the referees for something?
I don't blame them at the end of the game. I told you, plays that happened during the game, a 2-minute warning before halftime and a pick six.
That was ridiculous.
That's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. And then the Seahawks are they're okay, but those three teams, those are winnable 3 games for them. But if you find a way to lose 2 of those 3 heading into the Chiefs, I just feel like this team could be in really big trouble because of all of the injuries that they have. It's my overreaction.
My overreaction is that the Packers are just as good without Jordan Love.
Oh, my
goodness. And I know that's crazy. And I understand that, Malik Willis is not Jordan Love. But I watched Malik Willis manage a game. Manage a game just fine.
Yeah.
And Matt LaFleur calling a fantastic game for the young man to be successful, to succeed. Some really good play, drawn up plays for him. So my overreaction is they're just fine. They don't need Jordan Love. Mm-hmm. Obviously they do, but this is overreactions, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's mine.
That's a really good one. It's an overreaction that still, it kind of makes you think. If you're a Titan fan and you're watching that, yesterday, you're like, son of a...
This is the part that bothers, like the irresponsibility of some coaches. Like some of these coaches, you can't have a clue as to what's going on. Because when certain players get with a good coaching staff, even though they have been written off and being talked about and, this guy is terrible. Baker Mayfield, for example, Geno Smith, Malik Willis now. Like when you write guys off.
Sam Darnold.
Like when you get with an adult that shows you how to play the position the right way, it's amazing how good players can be and how terrible they are in other situations. It's really bad.
I think for me, there's no clear-cut favorite in the NFL right now. A lot of the great teams that we thought were supposed to be great are actually just kind of they're just kind of average. Even when they, like the Ravens, for instance, they won this week and they look good doing it. However, they let Dallas get back in that game. A great team finishes off the Dallas Cowboys and it's not even close. Doesn't even need to come down to the final minutes of the game. That's just one example, but there's some teams that are still undefeated. We'll see how the season plays out, but for right now, I think there's just not one clear-cut favorite. And yeah, you could argue the Chiefs, but I know, Carey, you'll bring up a point later. I don't even necessarily know if they're the clear-cut favorite right now based on the games that they've been playing. So I think the field is wide open. We'll get into that later, but that's kind of my overreaction right now.
Yeah, mine is kind of similar to yours, Marsh, in that the top team in the NFL is actually a lot closer to the bottom group than we thought. Because you look at what Denver did yesterday, waltzing into Tampa. Outside of Minnesota and their beatdown of Houston, and we'll have more on Marsh's Vikings here, was there a more thorough beating yesterday in the NFL than what Denver did to Tampa?
That was really weird, too.
Holy smokes.
Extremely surprising.
I mean, the Buccaneers seemingly never had the football. When they did have the football, Baker Mayfield was harassed or, there was one 4th down play where he thought he had kind of a lane. And they were going to lose anyways, but he had a lane that closed up immediately. Denver flew around the ball. Bo Nix looked like Baker Mayfield for most of the game in a positive way, the good Baker Mayfield. So you look at what the Broncos did, or even the Giants going into Cleveland and resembling an actual football team. The bottom and the top in the NFL, there is a lot of parity right now.
I think it's basically because of the preseason. Like, these teams don't play their players in the preseason. They only have 3 preseason games in comparison to 4 when they only had 16 games. And I think it eliminates, some of the reps that players need to get ready to actually play an NFL season. These first 3 weeks are essentially their preseason. Like, you're still trying to figure out what you do well, what you don't do well, because you haven't had, that those teams work together in a real meaningful game up until the season starts. So for me, I think that's why we're seeing so much parity, because we don't know who's who and what's what.
Right.
Who the hell would have thought the Vikings would be 3-0 and the 49ers would be 1-2?
Yeah.
Like,
Or the Panthers waltzing into Vegas.
Exactly.
Thoroughly beating the Raiders.
Start to finish.
I'd mentioned, hey, was there a bigger beatdown? I mean, that was certainly one of them.
Yeah.
This is the same Raiders team that came from behind in Baltimore 7 days ago.
Well, and it's also a Raiders team that seems to be in a little bit of turmoil right now. The Antonio Pierce postgame said that there were a number of players that made business decisions out there. So now we need to make business decisions.
Yep.
And Adam Schefter reporting 2 minutes ago that the Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce told the reporters that he's not ruling out a quarterback change.
Wow.
So put all that together, and that's how you end up losing to the Panthers.
Who just benched their... Is there any... Not that there was a lot of trade value, but could Bryce Young's trade value get any lower?
So I
After
heard that
watching what the Panthers offense did yesterday.
Red
there were
Rocket was
people
on fire, though.
They had some I guess some teams called about him,
Yeah.
but the Panthers aren't interested in doing anything as of yet. But I don't know, man. Like I don't know what that was. I was shocked to see Andy Dalton and the Carolina Panthers play that well. Chuba Hubbard ran the ball really well. Like, they beat the hell out of the Raiders. And as you said, the Raiders just coming off a great win against Baltimore. Like, nobody knows who's who right now. Nobody knows what's what. The Baltimore Ravens are 1-2, and they might be one of the better teams in the league. I don't know.
Right.
Dallas Cowboys, probably not. They stink. They cannot stop the run.
How about those Steelers, though, Carey?
Steelers.
You see my shirt?
Carey had a big weekend.
I thought that was for your
Victory Monday.
I thought that was for your Illini.
That was it's dual purpose. Like it's
multiple purposes.
Yeah. So when you in the league, we get Victory Mondays. That's like after a win. It's usually later in the season. We don't have to go to work on Monday. It's a Victory Monday. You get off. Tuesday is already an off day. See you on Wednesday is what you want to hear. See you 1, 2, 3. See you Wednesday. Yeah. Victory Monday. No work on Monday when you win. You get a win like that at home. Do your thing.
Well, Carey, I'll tell you what. I'm thoroughly impressed that you're here on Monday based on the fact that both of your teams won.
I thought about it. I was going to take the day off. I wore the shirt. Really was like, I shouldn't go in. I worked hard this weekend. My Illini went up to Nebraska. Got a dub. Heard my guy Anthony Stalter was beating the hell out of the Illini on Friday.
You have no idea.
Eviscerated them from what I heard.
He had the Illini out cold on the ground, picked them back up, and hit them another 25 times.
For no reason.
For no reason.
Dang.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
I wish I'd have heard it because I would have called in. But,
apparently a lot of people heard it because my Twitter account was on fire. A lot of Illini fans reminding me of what I said.
Let me tell you something, man. The Illini went into Nebraska. Now, I will say this. Nebraska does football the right way. Like Lincoln, Nebraska, everyone, they were polite, they were kind, they were knowledgeable fans. They put signs up. I have to show you, like it was their 400th consecutive sellout at home. Like, it was amazing, the atmosphere. The best part about it, though, at the end of the game, it was silent because the Illini won. 86,000 people, nothing to say. Go home, have a safe ride, put your seatbelt on, ladies and gents. Tuck the kids in the bed. ILL.
I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, Anthony. I wouldn't let him do that, Carey.
Yeah, you know what? He figured it out. That's a wise man. Understands his mistakes.
I had a rough weekend. I did not do well with the Illini. I thought it was going to be a shootout in the Saints-Eagles game. It was 3-0 at half. So, Carey, I apologize to you.
Appreciate it.
And Illini Nation. I probably should be working for both of us today while you take the day off. I'm dumb. You're smart. I am not attractive. You're very good looking. I'm an idiot. You're one of the smartest guys possible.
Thank you, sir.
Go Illini.
Yes, sir.
So I was so terribly wrong. Well, Illinois being overrated. We'll get into that a little bit later on because I've got more apologies to make mostly to Carey. But let's get back into the comments by Nolan Arenado this time. We heard from Willson Contreras. Let's dive into what Nolan said because, again, Willson wasn't the only veteran to speak out over the weekend. That's next on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals defeat the Cleveland Guardians 2-1 yesterday. They take 2 of 3 against Cleveland over the weekend. They have today off, but they'll take on Colorado tomorrow in Colorado. 7:40 first pitch. City SC defeated San Jose this weekend 2-1 final. They'll take on Sporting KC on Saturday with a start time of 7:30. And the Blues had a pair of preseason games over the weekend, a 2-1 loss to Dallas and a 5-3 loss to Utah. Tonight on 101 ESPN, we'll have the Bills and Jags for you, a 6:30 pregame show, so stay tuned for that. We're going to dive into Nolan Arenado's comments over the weekend about your St. Louis Cardinals. Continue sending us mic drops and your thoughts on this entire season. Whatever you want to air out, send a mic drop or text to the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. I'm Andrew March, and this Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Hey guys, so they need to end the season. They need to have a press conference. They need to, all of them, sit up there, acknowledge that, yep, it stunk. We don't like it either. We know changes need to be made. And that's all we want. Just admit it and make some changes. But like all great companies, like your radio station, it starts at the top. You've got to have a strong leadership. It's top down. You got a strong front office. You get yourself a strong dugout leadership with some experience and winning pedigree. They work together, called collaboration. And then you get the guys in the dugout, because then they're going to know what you're building for. These guys don't know what they're building for. They're all sideways. So admit it, get some new mojo going in the front office and in that dugout. Top down, boys, not bottom up. All right, everybody have a good one.
That's our gal, Lisa. Lisa nailed it. She's absolutely right. I couldn't agree more with her. This is what we're talking about with the vision. We could sit here and talk all day about the free agents that are available in 2025. We could talk about whether or not it's realistic that the Cardinals bring them in. We could talk about whether or not they would be a good fit and all that stuff. And we'll have those conversations. But it does start with the front office vision. It's you know, I've been beating a dead horse here, but it's really about how do you win games? How do you lose games?
Yeah.
Carey, your Pittsburgh Steelers know exactly how they're going to win a game. They know exactly what would happen if they are going to lose. They need to play their game.
Play defense, run the football, figure it out.
There you go. Make Justin Fields to make just enough throws, right? Yep. But with the Cardinals, do we know how they win? Do we know how they lose? We know more about how they lose. But
we don't know how they win.
What do you rely upon? Because they're not great at pitching. They don't have a great offense. They lack power. They're not good with runners in scoring position.
They got a solid defense.
They have a solid defense and a pretty good bullpen.
Defense up the middle.
Okay.
And good bullpen.
Which is a good start. I mean, I'm not knocking that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that can be your identity if you also don't have
Anthony?
Great. Because it's not about defense and pitching defense or pitching. It's about run prevention.
Correct.
Seattle is all about run prevention. They've tried to add offense, but they're all about run prevention. They're at least a legit wild card team that has a legit chance. Now, Houston's probably going to win that division, but they still have a chance to win the AL West if enough things break right for them, right? Mm-hmm. But the Cardinals, they're not. You can't say they're all about run prevention if the pitching staff is either average or slightly above average. So I agree with Lisa. I think what she said in terms of top bottom, what's the vision overall? You have to start there as opposed to let's look at the free agent list and see if they're going to add. Just my thought.
They got to figure out a way to. I mean, they do have to add. I think that they have to, but where? In what way? Where do you add? Who do you remove from the current roster and say, okay, this is an upgrade we can have here? Like, again, I think Paul Goldschmidt will be back. Most people probably won't like that. He'll be 37, 38 years old, but he's more than likely, he's your best defensive first baseman. And if you don't rely on him to bat third or fourth in the lineup, mm-hmm. you can probably feel a little bit better about him batting seventh. Like, he's tops on the team in home runs, I believe. Like, he's tied with Alec Burleson, or was.
Yeah.
So you can feel better about your 7-hole hitter having a 20-home run season, right?
Yes.
As opposed to your 3-hole hitter. Like, I think that would make you feel better. But at what areas are they going to upgrade? Because, again, all of these guys are under contract for 2025, except for Paul Goldschmidt and Matt Carpenter.
Right. Well, Nolan Arenado did say that we meaning the Cardinals, need help this offseason. This is from STLtoday.com.
I mean, listen, Art, we're going to probably need some help. I mean, it's just the numbers are saying it, and I know, like I said, I keep pointing back to myself and got to play better, and I think I can help this team more. But our ballpark, you don't necessarily get rewarded for hitting the ball good, and that's always tough. And when we have a young team like we do, it's not easy. So I think we're all open to a little help. That'd be great. So I don't know if that's going to happen, and if it doesn't, it is what it is. We just got to continue to find ways to get better, and I think we will.
He said something interesting there about the ballpark. Sometimes you're not always rewarded for hitting the ball good. To me, that is a example of why teams used to build based on their ballpark. Their Busch Stadium plays pretty neutral or kind of sides with the pitching, and the Cardinals used to always be about pitching. A little easier when you have Dave Duncan and Yadier Molina, and know how to scout guys like Chris Carpenter coming off injury and bring him in and doing your thing, or acquire Adam Wainwright, give him to the system, and then Yachty and Dave Duncan, and then watch him turn into your next ace. But the Cardinals used to spend a lot of resources on pitching, and it got to the point where they kind of kept coming up short offensively. The organization pivoted, and now this is where we're at. If you're talking about vision beyond just replacing the GM or the manager, or I'm sorry, the president and the manager, I would love to see this team just go all in on pitching. Fix the pitching. Make it great, opposed to
They did that this season, though. That wasn't a high hurdle, though. It's okay.
That's not really what I'm talking about. Don't look back to last year and say, how do we improve from last year? Because you're not really doing much.
But I gave you the numbers earlier, and I was actually wrong on one of them. 772 runs scored in 2022, 719 in 23. It was actually 635 in 24. Again, they aren't scoring enough runs. And Anthony, I mean, you play baseball at the collegiate level, and I've tried to explain this to you a few times. In order to win the game, generally your guys have to touch home plate more than the opposing team. I know you were going to look into that.
I did look that up, and turns out you're right.
Yeah, so they're not scoring enough. Like the pitching, we have eyes. We've seen the pitching much better this year. Last year, they were not good. They were hanging balls over the middle of the plate, and then they were pointing at the catcher like, you did this. And he's like, no, you threw it. But
it's your fault.
But this year, the pitching has been better. Do we have what most major league teams would consider an ace? Probably not, but we have our ace in Sonny Gray.
Yeah.
And so that part has been better. The hitting, they haven't scored nearly enough runs. The wins that they have, that's why Ryan Helsley is leading the league in saves and close to, the Cardinals' all-time record of saves, because they are in 1 to 2 run games when they are winning. Yeah. Like, he is trotting out there trying to literally save you from losing this game. And that's what they've been all season long. They aren't winning by a large margin. They are still minus, I think, 59 in run differential, because the games that they do win, they're barely winning. The games that they have lost, they're losing by a sufficient amount. It's just not good enough offensively, and they have to figure that out. And, Nolan Arenado is part of that solution. Like, he has to be better from start to finish. Like, it's not you get hot in spurts here and there. Like, if you're the highest paid player, if you're batting 3rd, 4th, or 5th in that lineup, the expectation is that you drive in runs, that you hit home runs and hit with power, that when you get up with runners in scoring position, somehow or another, they come across and touch the plate. That's the expectation. If you're not able to do that, the entire team not doing it, you're not going to win.
We got a question it's not a question, but a text from the 314. Arenado is now officially a whiner. Did you guys get that impression?
This is the impression I got from Arenado. He knows he does have to take accountability for his performance, and he did. He didn't drone on and on and on that maybe some Cardinals fans would like him to, like completely fall on the sword. But he did say, it does start with me. I have to get better as well. But I think he was being honest. He just flat out like, yeah, even if I play, this is my interpretation. Even if I play well, we still need help. Even if I play well, even if I do what I'm capable of doing, we still need help.
Do you?
Do I what?
Do you need help if you play better? Like if you play, if him and Goldie play to the level that they were expected to, they probably win the division.
Well, let's look at it this way.
But you're not a World Series contender.
Man, I don't disagree with that. But that's not what they're playing for.
When did they have their MVP seasons? 22.
Yeah.
So they were 93 and 69. Okay. So yes, if Goldschmidt and Arenado play to MVP levels, then you're probably a 90-plus win team.
But you're missing one key ingredient from that 2022 team.
Oh, Albert
Pujols.
Yes, in his second half. Yeah.
That was a major part of that year.
Right. Especially when you looked at Goldie slumping at the end there and Albert picking up the pace. But again, you had two guys that were playing at MVP levels, and you won 93 games that year. So...
And you still lost in the playoffs.
You still lost in the playoffs. The Mets won 101 games. The Braves won 101 games. The Dodgers won 111. So you had two MVP candidates. You finished with 93 wins, which is an excellent season. You were still how many wins off of the top teams? So, yes, I still think that they need help, to answer your question, CD. It's a Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Keep those mic drops rolling in. Anything you want to discuss today, you can. It's What's Trending Next, though, on 101 ESPN.
time to find out what's going on in the sports world with What's Trending Now. Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate a car and get tickets to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Welcome back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Carey Davis. I'm Andrew Marsh, and it's time for What's Trending. Gentlemen, a lot of college football games this weekend. One in particular that I was watching that I found to be interesting and hilarious was the Colorado and Baylor game. As it came down to the wire, Shedeur Sanders just heaved one at the final seconds of regulation, tied the game. Colorado went on to win in overtime. But the one thing that really caught my eye was the fans that stormed the field for a win against a Baylor Bear team who is not ranked.
Yeah, this isn't your father's Baylor squad. That was actually pretty good for about a 5-6 year stretch. How about the play though? So they set it up. Sanders actually the one wide receiver, I think it was Shepard, had the ball go off his hands. Mm-hmm. He had beaten the defender. Ball goes off his hands on the second to last play before the Hail Mary, and you think, well, there's your opportunity. So Baylor gives up the Hail Mary. That was two opportunities, two Hail Mary opportunities that they gave up on back-to-back plays. That's the team you're rushing the field on. But I guess if you're Colorado and you know it's been kind of maybe a long off season for you, you want to celebrate when you can.
But I was blown away by that as well. I'm like, why are they rushing the field? I had to check. I'm like, is Baylor ranked? They're not. Nah. What are we doing? Like, you got to have. I understand. College people are going to have fun and excited about a big win. And yes, that was a huge win to finish that game. How they finished it was spectacular. To push it into overtime.
Yeah.
But come on, Baylor. Like,
it's your first conference game.
Now, in fairness, Colorado hadn't had a winning season since 2016. So, maybe. And before that,
but what do they have now? They got two wins, three wins.
3-1. They were 4-8 last year, 1-11 the year before. Like, they haven't had a winning season. They've had one winning season in.
We're still not there yet, though.
Well, no, I'm saying that was in 2016. That was one winning season.
So what you're saying is the home crowd hasn't had a lot to cheer about.
They ain't had a lot to cheer about, man. Right. They have not been good.
Yeah.
By the way, before
act like you've been there does not apply.
You ain't been there. Most of those kids weren't even alive.
I got you.
Some of them.
So before that game started, it had came out that both teams were scheduled to wear white, which is a disaster.
Yeah.
Right. So Baylor, they brought their white uniforms. They were having a whiteout as the road team, but Colorado was also supposed to have a whiteout, so all their fans are wearing white and stuff in the stands. But as the home team, you have to change your uniform. Otherwise, you get a penalty to start the game off. So obviously Colorado changed to black, and they wore the gold helmets. But I just thought, before the game started, I knew that this was a thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, it would be such a Colorado move to say, we don't care, and go out there on the field wearing white with both teams wearing white.
That would be bad. It would be bad for optics to watch the game.
Yeah.
But also as a quarterback trying to decide who you're throwing the ball to.
Right.
You got a white jersey on. Yeah. It's a different
gold helmet.
Aligned color. Lined out helmet. Color. Yeah.
Not great.
Real quick here before we move on. Michigan, a huge win against USC at the Big House. I had USC covering, at least in that game. That was my bet the board play on Friday. But Michigan, I mean, they looked like a complete different team than what they did a few weeks ago. And maybe it's because they switched quarterbacks.
Well, they switched quarterbacks, and I thought that Wink Martindale, the defensive coordinator, who does have ties to the NFL, he was the Giants DC a year ago. He was the Ravens DC back in the not too long ago. I thought he had a really great game plan for Lincoln Riley. Yes, Michigan did enough finally offensively to win that game, but I really thought that if USC was going to win this thing, it was going to be because their offense found ways, and Michigan's defense showed up, unlike the Texas game, where they couldn't do anything.
they ran the football. Like, they didn't. They had no intentions on pass. Alex Orji had 32 yards passing.
Yeah.
Like, they ran the ball to the tune of almost 300 yards. That was their game plan. They didn't expect Alex Orji to have a lot of success in the passing game. He can run the ball a little bit. They ran the football with Mullins. Like, they said, you know what, we're gonna line up. We're gonna introduce you, USC, to Big Ten football. Welcome. Your first opportunity. It's not cold yet, but it's gonna get cold, and we're gonna run the football, man. This is what that's exciting for me. When you say, you know what, the hell with the passing game. 32 yards passing in the collegiate football game.
Yeah.
In the Big Ten, SEC, for ACC, SEC, Pac-12, whatever they used to be. Like, come on. Like, that's football, and that was the Trojans' welcome to the Big Ten moment.
All right, it's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. Carey had a big weekend in the NFL, so I think Carey should lead us off for the Week 3 game notes. Carey's Week 3 game notes, the 3 things he wanted to focus on from the NFL. That's next on 101 ESPN. your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Andrew Marsh, Carey Davis, Anthony Stalter. Carey, you had a big weekend, man.
Yeah. Man, no.
Started Friday night in Lincoln, Nebraska. You were there to call the game for Illinois. They upended Nebraska.
We all saw that coming.
I didn't. That's on
shame
me.
on you then, Anthony.
Yep. I wear the shame hat today. I apologize to you and Illini Nation. But your Steelers also won on Sunday. So, again, kind of a big weekend for Carey, who also led our pick'em pool with 8 points. Nice job, Carey.
Hard fought. Well earned 8 points so far.
Without further ado, then, I think you should have the opening NFL Week 3 game notes.
Well, the first thing I saw watching the game last night, the Kansas City Chiefs 3-0. However, they feel very vulnerable to me. They feel like a team that, they were a toe away from losing that first game against the Baltimore Ravens. They were last night. Kirk Cousins had a couple of opportunities to punch it in down in the red zone where they just came up a little bit short. The Bengals game, they won by a pass interference call that may or may not have been pass interference. To me, the Kansas City Chiefs, and they still have not found. I don't know what's going on. Rashee Rice looks really good.
Yeah.
But they have not figured out Travis Kelce yet. Mm-hmm. They haven't figured out a way to get him the ball. And he is a game changer. Whatever is going on in that regard in which they are unable to get the ball to him over and over and over again in ways that we have seen in the past, that could potentially become an issue if they don't figure it out. Travis Kelce is a guy that needs the football, as most receivers / tight ends are. They want the ball in their hand. They feel like they're game changers. If he doesn't get the ball and it starts to become evident that he's not getting the ball, that could blow up in their faces pretty quickly. So for me, they feel a little bit more vulnerable than their 3-0 record shows right now.
Just say they got bailed out twice. They got bailed out against the Bengals, and they got bailed out against the Falcons last night. That was a pass interference against Kyle Pitts in the end zone, and that's a ball at the 1 yard line, and then you punch that in. Game over.
In fairness, the Falcons had another opportunity. Now, here's the interesting thing: had they kicked the field goal on that, they could then go down and kick another field goal, they're winning.
Right.
But nobody's going to talk about that. They had 2 opportunities, the Falcons did. I talked about the Tyler Algier, the off-tackle play that they ran with Bijan Robinson, where Tyler Algier should make a right turn and go block the linebacker. Nick Bolton is running free. That's your guy, my man. Yeah. He made a tackle in the backfield. Chiefs win. But they feel very vulnerable because they've had multiple opportunities to lose. All 3 of their games so far have come down to the final play or plays in the fourth quarter. So they feel very vulnerable to me. They could easily be 0-3 right now.
Yeah. I mean, that was clearly pass interference on Kyle Pitts. I also didn't think that the roughing the passer on Kirk Cousins was legit. I think that was a Chris Jones. Like, that was weak. Yeah. So there were some bad calls either way last night. To me, even though they are vulnerable, you have to be perfect to beat them. Yeah. And that was the last 3 weeks are an example of that. The Ravens, okay, you're a toe out, but okay, then be better. I thought the Falcons outplayed them for most of the first half, and then once the offensive line issues started, they lost their starting center, they lost their starting right tackle. One of the big plays and momentum shifts of the game last night was how, they got pressure on Cousins, the ball fluttered up, it was an interception. They turned that middle 8 that we talk about a lot into 10 points, 3 points before half, and they went right down the field and scored a touchdown in the second half. These are the type of things that the Chiefs are going to do. Yeah. And it puts you back on your heels. I thought the Falcons played very well. Jesse Bates punched the one out from Kelce. Justin Simmons intercepted Mahomes for, I think, like an 8th time in his career, which is shocking. They had more than enough opportunities to win that game. But, again, you have to be perfect if you're going to beat that KC team. You got to beat them. And they're not going to beat themselves. But I do think that they are vulnerable. When they start playing some better teams as we get further along in the season, I think you might see some of those wins that they have right now turn into losses. Well, to your point, too, about the better teams, they also could be one of those teams that improves, because we're looking at like the Ravens, right? Like, they just picked up their first win. I don't think the Ravens are going to be what we've seen throughout the first 3 weeks. I think they're going to get better. So we have to probably assume that the Chiefs are also going to get better. But as of right now, I agree. I think they are a little vulnerable. Indeed. I will say this: the Chiefs know how to, and this is just stick with me here for a second, but the Chiefs know what it takes to win the game. They're not winning the moment. They're not winning the quarter. They know the fourth quarter is a standalone game. They know how to win the fourth quarter. They know what to do, how to do it, what they absolutely need. Nick Bolton, that play last night, that was outstanding. They know how to do it, and you have to be perfect if you're going to beat Kansas City.
I will also say this: Patrick Mahomes doesn't look like Patrick Mahomes just yet. Like, he had a play to Xavier Worthy. There's nobody else in the back to the right. He should have led him and allowed him. He threw it right at him. Jesse Bates was able to knock it down. That's a walk-in touchdown.
Yeah.
Like, there were some plays that he left out on film. I'm sure he'll get those corrected, but right now they feel a little bit vulnerable to me.
All right, what's your second?
My second one is big problems in Dallas. Defensive problems. Like, they have no need, want, or will to stop the run. And I think it goes back to what Aaron Jones did in the playoff game last year when they ran all through the Dallas Cowboys. That was kind of setting the precedent for what they were. The Saints ran for 190 yards on them, but most of those, Alvin Kamara was not touched until he was 8 to 10 yards down the field.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the Baltimore Ravens said, you know what? We're going to run the football at you as well. Let's see if you can stop it. And they rushed for over 275 yards. They had 230 yards in the third quarter, and for whatever reason did not just hand the ball off to the big fella going into the fourth quarter. Like, they threw the ball 15 times and said, we're going to run the football at you and see if you are going to stop it. Randy Carragher texted me at one point. He's like, is this what you're talking about when you say the will of a defense is breaking? I said, yeah, 200-some plus yards in the third quarter rushing. Generally speaking, that defense has had it.
Yeah.
They don't want no mas. Roberto Duran, no mas. I don't want any more. I don't need any more. They are taking it to you. The Dallas Cowboys have problems. They did not do any upgrades for their team. They can't run the ball, and they can't stop the run. That is a recipe for disaster for an NFL football team.
I wonder if they're feeling the effects of losing Dan Quinn. Now they have Mike Zimmer as their defensive coordinator. I wonder if Dan Quinn and him being in Washington now is definitely affecting that defense. But we did see that at the end of last year, so maybe not.
Yeah, I like Zimmer. I know that you've got your thoughts on him because he used to be the head coach of the Vikings.
I have a lot of thoughts.
Defensively, I think Mike Zimmer is still a really sharp mind. I just think that they're not. The Cowboys don't play complimentary football. When they get down, they got no running game. No. So if you get down, they've got like CD Lamb and that's it. I know Ferguson came back yesterday, so maybe the passing game picks up a little bit. But no, you're right. Dallas has got big time issues. They've got talent, but they've got issues.
They do. My last thing is the best of the undefeated teams. I know I won't put the Bills in this yet. They're 2-0. They play tonight. But of the 4 3-0 teams, Steelers, Chiefs, Vikings, Seahawks, trying to decipher which team I think has had the best victories, has looked the best. For me, it's going to be the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes, sir.
They are, in my opinion, are the best right now of the 3-0 teams. The Steelers, love them. Still need to see more from them offensively. I just talked about the Chiefs. The Seahawks 3-0, I don't know if they're going. I don't know what they are still. It's still early.
Yeah.
But the Minnesota Vikings, the wins that they have had against the 49ers last week, and what they did to the Texans yesterday.
That was a beatdown.
That was, for me, I'm like, what the hell am I watching? What is going on here? The Houston Texans are the darling this offseason. They are the team that is supposed to run through. They're not supposed to have any trouble with the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings took it to them early and often. And for me, they right now are the best of the 3-0 teams. They look really good.
Yeah, and this is without TJ Hawkinson. You didn't have Jordan Addison.
Yep.
Ivan Pace Jr. wasn't playing, and Dallas Turner was not there as well for your defense. So, I mean, if this team can stay playing consistent football into the later parts of the year, I think that the entire narrative surrounding them heading into the season will be completely flipped. And they look good, man. They look good. I'm excited. I'm happy that things are going well the way that they are. I'm not going to try and get too high on this team because it is a Minnesota Viking team, which tends to let people down. I even texted you guys this weekend, at what point will this team just break my heart? I'm throwing out week 10 for me. I think that's what happened.
Still a long ways away.
It is. But my goodness, when Sam Darnold got injured yesterday for like a play, my heart just stopped.
It actually looked worse.
Yeah, it did.
Then I guess it was because he was fine. And then on the very next play, he kind of like scrambled out a little bit.
Yeah, and then he kind of fell again.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my gosh!
I thought one of the defenders was going to fall into the back of his legs. Yeah.
No, but everyone's rallying around him in the defense. Everyone's saying they're having a great time playing. Brian Flores is going to be a head coach in the NFL again one day. He has to. He looks unbelievable. His schemes is unbelievable.
So my notes coming up later, do the Vikings have the best head coach defensive coordinator combo in the NFC? You know, you still got to say in the NFL it's Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the NFC, I don't know. And I'm a big fan of Kyle Shanahan, as everybody kind of pokes fun of, as well as Sean McVay. But I'm talking about the best combination, head coach / offense coordinator in D.C. I mean, I think it belongs to Minnesota. They're very impressive. Marshy, I know you're jacked up. You should be.
I am. And the Steelers, though, their defense is dynamic.
Yep.
It really
dynamic. It says a lot because their offensive game is not there.
Not yet.
It's not there. Yeah.
They still got some work to do offensively. I watched that game. Running scheme, like, it is 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It makes me want to throw up in my mouth just a little bit. The passing scheme,
It's terrible.
it's not good. I know Justin Fields threw for 275.
It's way harder than it
Most
should
of
be.
those passes were 10 yards and under, and, just I think he had a couple of 20-yard passes, one to George Pickens, and then Calvin Austin broke one, but that was a short pass. I don't know, man. It's leaving me a lot to be desired, but I think it's better than what I expected. I'm happy Justin Fields is starting quarterback. I think they should stay that way. There's no need to go to Russell Wilson. You played yourself. You didn't get healthy. You got hurt. You stayed hurt. Nobody's fault but your own. Sorry to hear it.
It's
You played yourself.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me, too, that everybody talked about the Bears, the weapons around. I'm sorry, a quarterback's best friend, first and foremost, is an offensive line.
You got to block.
His second best friend is a defense.
Got to be
And
able to block.
I don't know, Carey. I think that maybe it's not necessarily in that order. You get a quarterback, a defense, a reliable defense, field position, all of that. Get him a little bit of an offensive line to protect him. You don't absolutely have to have 9 weapons to make the quarterback.
No.
In fact, I think it actually highlights the wrong things.
The Steelers do need a player, though. Like, they do need a guy.
They have George Pickens.
They got one guy. They need a couple of guys. They need more than just him.
They have at least the defense to start with.
do have that, yeah.
How many teams go with, well, we need a wide receiver, and then we need a number 2 wide receiver, and then we're good.
Right.
You're not.
Yeah.
Because you have no defense or O-line. Can the Cardinals actually bring back Paul Goldschmidt while improving this team? We'll get into that discussion next on 101 ESPN.
obviously I've loved my time here. I don't know what the future's going to hold. So, yeah, I mean, it could be my last game here at Busch, or, you know, it might not be. There might be a lot left. So, for me, I think it's just going out there and trying to help us win and play well. And like I said, obviously, I've loved my time here in this organization, teammates. I mean, I don't have a bad thing to say about it. And, you know, I'll just try to go out there and play. You know, I haven't even thought about the future. So, like I said, my focus has just been on trying to play well this year. Unfortunately, it's been one of my worst years, and you know, we didn't reach our goal of making the playoffs and having a chance to win the World Series. So, you know, that's been disappointing. But I mean, there'll be a time to think about the future. But for me, it hasn't come yet.
So is Paul Goldschmidt, obviously, Bally Sports Midwest over the weekend, talking about what could be his last Cardinals games as the season wraps up here. The regular season, unfortunately, no postseason again for the Cardinals. It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Carey Davis, Andrew Marsh, and Anthony Stalter. So Paul Goldschmidt right now has got a WRC plus of 98. It would be his career worst season with that mark. Lowest walk rate in his career. It would be one of his lowest, it would be his lowest batting average. He does have 21 home runs. It's his lowest since, his rookie season in Arizona. I mean, he has had a career worst year. I think when you talk about bringing Goldie back and whether or not it's a good idea, I think in a vacuum, bringing back Goldschmidt is fine. Defensively, you're solid. You could probably do a lot worse than bringing back a career 289 hitter that's probably going to hit you anywhere between 20 to 25 home runs. My question is, are you actually improving, though, if you simply bring him back? Like, if you bring him back and you just make a bunch of average moves, you're just running it back like you did a year ago.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It's basically the same team.
For me, if they bring Goldie back, it's because they want to firm up first base position, because defensively he's still a rock star. He is. He makes some unbelievable plays at first base that most first basemen are not making.
Yeah.
And his 20 to 25 home runs plays. And one would think it probably will be a little bit better next year. One would think. But even if it's a little bit worse, let's say he's still 18 to 22 home runs.
Sure.
It's still fine. But then you have to take whatever payroll you have left, and you got to go add. And you have to add under the assumption that Paul Goldschmidt cannot bring to you what he once did.
Right.
Like, you have to actually evaluate it to where you're like, okay, this is where Goldie is. Not the back of his baseball card. No.
Yeah.
The
What he's
most
doing
recent numbers right now.
Yep.
And then you have to add, knowing that you don't have that guy. You don't have Paul Goldschmidt anymore. You have a version of him.
Yep.
So you got to go get yourself a Goldschmidt now, as far as offensively. I don't mean you don't need a Gold Glover. You don't need all that. You just need a guy that can rake. 25 to 30 home runs, 35 if you're lucky. But, like you talk about your guy, Brent Rooker, with the A's, like, he'd be a great addition.
Yep.
Go get that guy. And now, if Goldie produces to a level slightly better than what he did this year, plus player X, Y, or Z that now you've done something to the positive side.
Yeah, you're actually building something.
Correct.
Yeah, question.
Yeah, go ahead, Carey.
When you add, who do you subtract?
I don't think it's that hard.
Okay, who would it be?
Take your pick. I don't care.
Is it Lars Nootbaar?
Yeah, goodbye. I don't care. Like, I don't think there's any untouchables. Mason Wynn is probably an untouchable for me right now.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't know that they agree with that mindset.
But I don't know if they are going to be the same they following this season. Going back to the very start of the show.
John Mozeliak got another year.
Carey, I understand what you're saying.
Contract.
And
Jamie?
I understand what you're saying. But I just, for the life of me, the logic in my head just cannot see the Cardinals running it back with the same front office again.
Here's what I think is going to happen.
Will it not to happen.
Here's what I think.
Like what I did for Carey in the Illini on Friday, right? I threw it in the atmosphere.
Did you ever?
And I willed the Illini to win. You're welcome. Go ahead, Carey. You were saying something?
I think that there will be a change. There will be a change on the bench. Somebody will be without a job. I think that's and that's kind of how, like, some hitting coach, pitching coach, somebody will lose their job. I don't think that that's the thing that's going to change anything. I think that there will be a change there. I don't think there's going to be a change in upper management?
I think there has to be. I actually feel, and I could be crazy, and if I am, and 2 months from now, if nothing has changed, and you can give me the I told you so, okay?
I wouldn't do that.
Well, yeah, you would. And I would respect it, actually. I'm fine with it. But I have a really hard time in my brain imagining that smart business people like the DeWitts are looking at their business, their product right now going, yeah, we're fine with this. We'll run it back for another year.
Yeah.
We know that Cardinal Nation is absolutely red hot about how things have gone, but we're going to ignore them. Again, I just don't. I have a hard time believing that they could ignore the fan base and ignore the facts that they're not the team they once were.
I just feel like they haven't shown the gumption to make wholesale moves in an offseason. Like, they haven't shown an ability to say, okay, you aren't playing to the level, we're going to go and get somebody for this position. You aren't playing to the level, we're going to, like, 2 or 3 moves is probably what's required. No. Like, where? Who? When? How? What?
How? Why? Why? That's the one I was looking for.
Like,
Thank you, Marshy.
Learn that from Spy Kids.
I don't see it
Great
happening.
documentary.
2 to 3 moves that need to be made. That's not going to happen. Is it, like, realistically, does anyone in this room or anyone listening
Significant moves, no.
Significant moves, 2 to 3 significant moves
This offseason?
need to be made.
I actually think one should happen.
Just in the lineup.
Forget the line. I would go higher. I think you need a shake up in your front office.
Yes.
That is the move that needs to happen.
If that move happens, then that might domino affect the other moves.
And believe it or not, this isn't a hatchet job on John Mozeliak. I actually think that, he has become the whipping boy for so many years now that we forget all the good that he's done as well. But the time has come. You need to make a move, and that is to shake up the front office in the direction of this club. That's what I think. If we keep talking about what do you do with the lineup and what do you do with the pitching staff, you're really not addressing the issue. The issue is that there's no vision.
Yeah.
There's no clear path to getting back on track here. It's like you hop in the car, you're like, well, we got to go to Texas. Cool. Well, where's the GPS? We'll figure it out. And
Drive south.
Yeah. It's not working.
No. It works. You'll get there, but it might not be efficient. It might not. You might take more time than if you actually had a road map or a GPS or what was the things, Garmin, right?
Yeah.
If you had anything,
Those are cool.
Yeah. Yep.
like any of it.
Yep.
But you'll get there, Anthony. You just be patient.
Other people are, be patient. Other cars are getting there a heck of a lot faster.
You know what, Anthony?
And more efficiently.
You just get there and see what happens when you get there.
There. Ask Carey Davis if you got any questions for him. Advice with former athletes is next. 314-399-9646. Again, if you have any situations that have popped up sports-wise that you want to throw at Jamie and Carey, our former pros, Advice with former athletes is next.
With over 2 decades of family ownership and operation, E&B Granite is St. Louis's trusted name in renovations for kitchens, bathrooms, and outdoor spaces. E&B Granite offers an extensive selection of custom countertops, cabinets, and flooring for everybody's taste. Whatever your liking is, E&B Granite has you covered. And this is where E&B Granite excel with their fabricators, their installers, and their in-house design staff. When you get in there, I walked in down 6135 Manchester Avenue and talked to the in-house design staff, and we went to work on my kitchen. They did an amazing job of mapping it out for me and helping me pick the countertops, backsplash, all those things. And then the fabricators and the installers did a fantastic job of getting rid of all the old stuff, installing the new stuff, and it was beautiful. Just a tremendous job by my friends over at E&B Granite. And they can do the same for you. Call, book an appointment. That number's 314-645-9300. That's 314-645-9300, or you can always visit them at enbgranite.com.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals take 2 of 3 against the Cleveland Guardians this weekend, a 2-1 victory yesterday. They have today off, but they'll take on the Colorado Rockies tomorrow with a first pitch of 7:40. City SC defeated San Jose this weekend 2-1. They'll take on Sporting KC this upcoming Saturday, 7:30 start time. And the Blues had 2 preseason games this weekend, a 2-1 loss to Dallas and a 5-3 loss to Utah. Tonight on 101 ESPN, we'll have one of the 2 Monday Night Football games. It is Buffalo and Jacksonville, and we'll have the pregame for you right after our show, so stay tuned for that. Coming up next, though, we have advice with former athletes, so get your text into the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. We'll do advice with former athletes next. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Give me some advice, quick.
As Marsh just told you, time for advice with former athletes. Jamie Rivers, Carey Davis, They're the pros here. So if you've got a question in regards to something you saw in sports or something you've always wondered about being a professional athlete, this is the segment for you. We do it every Monday. 314-399-9646 is the Air Comfort Service text line. Marsh, what do we got for advice with former athletes?
Yeah, so the text line sort of read my mind. There were some things that I wanted to bring up. So we're just going to default to the text line today from the 812. This is for Carey and Jamie, obviously. As a player, how far is appropriate to go with pushing the front office to do more? And obviously that is in reference to Willson Contreras and Arenado. We played those clips earlier today. Or can they even do it? Can they do it more?
Depends on the player.
When's the last time you walked into Mike Tomlin's office?
Never. Depends on the player, buddy.
I was laughing.
We looked at each other like.
In fact, I don't want them to go get anybody. I want to have my job.
We are sufficient in what we have here. No need for anything else. We will figure it out.
We know what we need to do.
Yeah.
Right? No, it depends on the player. Like, if you are a guaranteed contract, $20, $30, $40 million a year kind of guy, if you're Steph Curry, if you're LeBron James, if you're Nolan Arenado, Willson Contreras, your money is guaranteed. Like, you're good. Dak Prescott, you're good. Cool. You're the third string fullback. What the hell do I need to? Because I got bigger problems on my hands than what the hell the team. I got to make sure I got a job next year. So it depends on the player.
Yeah, same exact answer. Like, nobody ever asked me about acquiring players or what they wanted to do with their off season.
What do you think we should do here, Coach?
I do know that players, in my career, the guys I played with, and guys like Brett Hull, Al McInnes, Steve Yzerman, Nick Lidstrom, like those guys had a seat at the table.
There you go.
I wasn't even given the location of the meeting.
Where'd you guys meet and don't worry about it, Jamie?
Don't worry about it, Jamie. Just sit there and
we'll let
job.
you know.
I mean, do these front offices, do they pay attention to what the players are saying, though? Or is it like we'll take it in consideration, but at the end of the day, you go play your game and we'll do what we do?
So this is why Alexander Steen is the next GM, okay? Is because each team has a certain player or players, not many of them, that they know are brutally honest. They're honest with themselves. They're honest about the team. They're honest about the coaching staff, like everything. And because a lot of players that are stars, they just want to bring in more talent. I just want to win. Make my life easier.
Yeah.
Right? But they're not realistic. And so, like, the meetings that Army had with Steen, Petro, back when they were trying to build that team, those guys were pretty honest. We need to add this type of player. We're good in this department. We don't need this over here.
Yeah.
Like, very honest. That way the GM now has a good idea of what the landscape of the team is. And if there's a problem or something that the players are agreeing, like, we really need to address this specific spot on our roster, then the GM, at that point, he listens.
Yeah. Can we
should listen.
Yeah, he listens. It doesn't mean he's going to go do exactly what they say.
Right.
But he's giving them a vote into the process type thing.
All right, let's move on to the 816. Should I be on the casino floor all night until 8 a.m. before a day baseball game?
Probably not. If you're CJ Abrams.
So again, this is where camera phones are the enemy. Because I have a friend that was playing at the highest level,
Of course.
and this friend stayed out till about 9 a.m. And took a cab back to the hotel, got all his things, and went to the hockey game. He played at noon that day. Yeah. His friend of mine had a pretty good game, too. Wasn't bad.
Yeah, so it depends.
Yep. So,
Some can, some can't. I would say, again, depending on who you are, because
yes. Although he's a pretty damn good player.
Well, yeah, he is, but it depends on who you are. Because if you're Michael Jeffrey Jordan, I don't think it matters. The guy's going to be in the starting lineup. No matter how late he stayed out.
If he even went to bed.
Do you need a nap before the game? We got pregame shoot around. Yeah, take a nap. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like, some people can get away with some things. And again, now with technology being as advanced as it is in comparison to 20, 30 years ago when one could be out all night and not one camera phone taking a picture or a video. If it was, it might be a little grainy. Who is that guy?
Polaroid.
Is that you? No.
So this conversation,
shaking it.
It reminds me of this video clip that I saw of Clinton Portis, who was talking about when he was a rookie. They had like a rookie night or rookie whatever, rookie party, and the next day they had a game, and he was going to walk into the coach's room and say, "Hey, man, like I can't play." Like he was hungover, and Shannon Sharp was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Well, I'm going to go in and say I can't play." He goes, "No, you're not." He goes, "You're going to go out into the field. You're going to run about 12 sprints, and then you go hot tub, cold tub, hot tub, cold tub." And then by the end of it, he ended up having like an unbelievable game, like 2 touchdowns, over 200 yards rushing.
That's the Chris Chelios.
I was about to say, that's exactly what you're describing with Chelios.
When I was in Detroit, Chelly owned a couple of different restaurants at a bar, and he would shut the bar down at 4, whatever, in the morning, and then he'd go sleep in his car.
Okay.
He'd park it at Joe Louis. He'd sleep in his car. He had one of those big Lincolns, like the classic ones. Like, it's like a twin bed in the back seat, basically. He'd have his sleeping bag all the way up underneath his chin.
Yeah.
Like, this is the Detroit winter. It's like, it ain't warm.
Right.
And you'd open the door, you'd knock on his door, you get to the rink, me and Holly would knock on his door, and the door would open, you'd be wafted with the smell of, like, booze. And so then he would go into the locker room, he'd drag the bike into the sauna, and he'd ride the bike in the sauna for 10 minutes, go out, dunk himself into the ice bath, get out, ride the bike for 10 more minutes, dunk into the ice bath again, towel off, grab a coffee, and he was ready to go. I mean, he was a freak.
I had a teammate like that. He could hang from the chandeliers the night before and would be the first person into the facility.
Oh, I feel like those are the worst people, though.
4 a.m. hanging, like, I saw this man hanging from a chandelier one night. And he beat everybody there to the facility. He's working out.
It's the best way to do it.
Like, how are you able to?
But when you're there first, the coaching staff, they don't think. By the way, so I hear. Anyways, the coaching staff
out last night.
They're like, no, he's dead. Look at this guy. He's in here 2 hours before everybody else. He's working out. He's in the sauna, doing all this stuff. Like,
did he sleep at the stadium?
But they don't care.
They don't know.
They don't care.
George Costanza style.
Committed. He's committed.
Cars parked out. Cars parked out there all the time.
And then you take the Flexol and you rub it on yourself like this.
That get you going?
No, because then you don't smell like booze.
Oh.
So the coach comes over and like you're talking,
smell the
and you just smell the Flexol. The coach backs up instead of smelling the straight
we
bourbon.
We would get in the sauna early. Like you get there early enough, you sweat. You can sweat. The whole sauna will smell like the brewery. It'll smell like what you did last night. Everybody, 3-4 guys, sweat it out.
Yep,
good to go. Nobody knows.
That's just smart.
All right, let's go to the 573 here. Did you all ever see a me first guy grow into a team guy? What changed, if so?
Oh, wow.
I want to say no.
A total me first? No.
Say no.
I have told the story of Steve Yzerman, but like, Steve Yzerman wasn't a me first guy, but he was always the top scorer on a terrible team.
Yeah.
When Red Wings drafted him, he was an amazing talent, and he was up in the top 3, top 4 scorers every year, but the team wasn't even making the playoffs.
Right.
And so when Scotty Bowman got there, he looked at Stevie Y and he says, "Son, do you want to win scoring championships or do you want to win a Stanley Cup?" And he was like, "Well, I want to win a Stanley Cup." He said, "Okay, we're going to change a few things. we're going to turn you into a 200-foot player." And he did. And Stevie Y accepted it and then went on to obviously be one of the greatest captains in NHL history.
Very cool.
This is pretty cool.
But real me first guys,
Pretty awesome.
no. It's hard to break that.
This is a good one from the text line. David Perron. Now, I will say this about David Perron. He wasn't a me guy. He came from junior hockey where it had to be him to carry the team and do everything. And when he got to the NHL, all he knew was to play offensive hockey because that's all he ever did.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's not like he was trying to not be a team guy. But then his play obviously has evolved to where now we look at David Perron and we're like, yeah, that's the blueprint to having a good competitive leader on your team.
Yeah. All right, that's Jamie Rivers, that's Carey Davis, Andrew Marsh, I'm Anthony Stalter. Carey, let's talk about your Illini plus Mizzou. They survived Vanderbilt. They dropped out of the top 10, too, which is probably right. That's next on 101 ESPN.
For commercial HVAC work, go to aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
Time is up. The IRS is in full collection mode for 2024, issuing liens, levies, and garnishments to anyone who has a past tax debt or unfiled tax returns. Don't wait till it's too late. Your paycheck and bank accounts are at risk of being seized. Call now and stop the collection process today. If you're living check to check, no matter how much you're making, you still may qualify for the Fresh Start programs offered by the IRS to reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. It's just a 5-minute call to get your options, and it's free. If you owe back taxes, have years of unfiled tax returns, under audit, have a wage your bank levy, or finally just want to sleep better, business or personal, call the experts at Republic Tax Relief while there's still time. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and tough. This veteran-owned company has the fight you need to take on the IRS. Don't go at it alone. The call is free. Call their hotline number now, 800-652-1714. That's 800-652-1714. Find out if you qualify today. Call 800-652-1714 or go to republictaxrelief.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary. Paid for by AMD Financial.
Max Shows presents the St. Charles Gun Show. Shop hundreds of tables with thousands of guns, knives, military surplus, tactical gear, and more. You gotta go to the Gun Show this Saturday and Sunday at the St. Charles Convention Center. Visit maxshows.com.
Missouri outlast Vanderbilt in double overtime. Tigers are 4-0 on the season going into an open week before they play their first road game of the season against Texas A&M.
Blitz right up the gut. Rayola's down. Illinois pulls it off. A huge upset. Dylan Rosiak, the Mike linebacker, shoots through to make the stop. And this team that was an 8.5-point favorite earlier in the week goes down to an Illinois team that just played as hard and as well as you could possibly play.
That they did.
I got to give you the Illinois version of the final play, Marshy. Hey, that sounded like Nebraska's version. Sounded like their color comment.
They were down.
Yeah, nah.
Because you guys kicked them right in the teeth.
We did. That we did.
Nice work. For those that don't know, I am eating crow today because I said that Illinois was overrated. And then they went out and they stunned the large crowd in Lincoln, Nebraska.
It was a large crowd.
Carey, look, that was huge. That was a huge victory. You guys are now, 4-0?
We are.
Huge victories, of course, over ranked Nebraska, ranked Kansas, and one of the finest teams in the MAC, Central Michigan. So you guys got some big wins. Some big wins this year.
Okay. Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame. They might be the elite of the MAC right now.
And Northern Illinois just lost to Buffalo, who Missouri beat.
Oh,
so
it's
ipso
all full
facto.
circle.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, but listen, Carey, without further ado, man, tell us about your Illini.
The Illini went into a hostile environment. Again, it was 86,000. I talked about it earlier. That was the 400th consecutive sellout for Nebraska home games. It was an amazing atmosphere. Nighttime, they do so much. It is a really, it's football heaven. If you've never been there, you should go check it out. Night game in Nebraska was awesome. But what the Illini were able to do was really get after Nebraska in a way that they hadn't had happen yet. Our quarterback, Luke Altmaier, threw 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He did fumble one. I probably blame that on the pass protection and run game. But I thought they did everything they needed to do. We turned the ball over a couple of times. But all in all, Illinois played a fantastic football game on the road, took it to overtime. And then that last drive, Nebraska started on the 25 because it's overtime, and they just got pushed back. I think it was 4th and 45 or something like that for the final play of the game. So, they did a fantastic job in all phases of the game. And going into that game, people like Anthony Stalter didn't believe in us.
Sorry.
Didn't believe. I wasn't at work on Friday because I was in Nebraska getting ready to call the game.
I'm an idiot. I would have told you right to your face.
This man, I get to work today, and did you hear Anthony? How bad he was talking about your Illini? I called them losers and said they were terrible and they were overrated. And
I just said they were overrated.
Yeah.
I didn't call them losers.
You said they were a fraud.
You called them frauds.
I said they were fraudulent.
As if after we beat Central Michigan, he didn't see enough. He didn't see enough when we took it to Central Michigan, fire up chips, right? He didn't see it.
It's a really good point.
he didn't believe it. He just said they were the team in the MAC, right? That's what you said. And we beat them.
Teams in the MAC.
I said one of the finest teams in the MAC.
And we beat them. But you still didn't believe.
I know.
So it took us going to Nebraska. Now, we do have a huge test this weekend. On the road in Nebraska is one thing. Going to Penn State at night, which I believe the game is at night, at Penn State, probably be a whiteout because that's what they do. It's 100,000 people. It is deafening. Like it is extremely loud at Penn State. Big Ten is you get some of these great environments. You get Nebraska now, you get Penn State, you get Michigan, Ohio State. Going on the road to Penn State is going to be a tough challenge for the Fighting Illini, but I think we have a chance. You gotta believe. So I'm excited. And then the weekend, got so much better. I tune in and I see the Missouri Tigers holding their breath.
They won in overtime just like Illinois did.
Against Vanderbilt at home.
Vandy's been a tough opponent for several teams this year.
I think says no one ever.
Georgia State's like,
shut up, Anthony.
Virginia Tech.
For me,
yeah,
it was a good weekend.
All right, so
everybody won, including the Tigers.
Let's dive into Mizzou, right? That wasn't pretty at all. They're fortunate to escape with a victory. I think the biggest issue that I have watching the game, and I watched it again. At least I watched the game on Saturday and the cut-ups today. But one of my biggest takeaways is that they're not as disciplined defensively as I thought they were going to be. I mean, their lane integrity was awful on Saturday. The way their ends rush up the field as if they're Michael Phelps in a swimming pool. The blown assignments in the secondary again. There's a theme now with this Mizzou team, whether it's Boston College or Vanderbilt, two teams at home that you shouldn't have had as much of a problem with were a problem. I mean, Boston College gave you a game. Vanderbilt almost had you dead to rights. And I know you missed a field goal. They missed a field goal.
Mizzou kicker missed, 2 or 3?
He missed 3,
Tackling was
3.
poor. Brady Cook, I thought some of his better throws came in overtime, and that was about it. How many times are you going to run? I mean, they were short yardage. They weren't good. I mean, there's a lot of things that Mizzou did not do well on Saturday. And on one hand, you say, that's not a good sign for when the schedule gets harder. On the other hand, you could say, well, better to get it out in a win, but I was not impressed on Saturday. I don't know what you guys saw.
I also felt the coaching was a little bit questionable at times from Missouri, like whether it was Drink or whoever's calling the shots at whatever moment it is. Like, there were some things that I was like, like leading up to halftime, right under 2 minutes, they made some weird decisions. Yeah. And then at the end of the game, you have an opportunity. It's like 4th and 1. And you punted the ball hoping for overtime.
Yeah.
Like, I understand they're at a certain spot on the field or whatever, but you're the Missouri Tigers. You can't get 1 yard against Vanderbilt.
They had been struggling in that regard, but I do agree with you.
But for me, I would have pulled out my inner Dan Campbell there and said, we're going for it. I'd have lined up some monster at fullback.
Yeah.
Channeling his William the Refrigerator Perry and have him run right through the guts of somewhere and having the other guy fall right. I'd be like, you are Velcroed to his back.
Right.
Go.
Yeah.
There's no way you can't get that 1 yard. And then they would have put in, but maybe then they're thinking, wow, the kicker's already missed 3, so we can't rely on the kicker to bail us out. Mm-hmm. Maybe that went into the decision. To me, it looked a little bit.
I will say this in Mizzou's defense, and I don't come to their defense often. The fact that you were still able to win that game and not play your best, it's a good thing. Like, if you lose that game, obviously it's terrible. It's detrimental to the rest of your season. Yeah, the win they still dropped a few spots in the top 25, but it still was a win. And so sometimes you got to win those ugly games, even no matter how it happens, whatever you have to do. Vanderbilt helped them. I mean, Luther Burden ran an out and up. I don't know why they're in man-to-man singling him up by himself. One of the best receivers in the country. He ran it out and up, and the DB said, oh, yeah, he's probably running it out. He's not. He's not. He's going to score a touchdown, man. I don't know where the safety help is. I don't know why you're singled up against him. I don't know what your draft prospects are. I don't know if you're going to play in the next level. He is for sure. You might want to have some help with him. So I didn't like that. But, again, Mizzou found a way to win that game, which is the most important thing. Like, it's not always going to be pretty. It's not always going to be sexy how you win. But the fact that you were able to win that game at home, you get a week off, you get to figure out some things defensively, offensively, hopefully figure out some things in the special teams game, because missing 3 field goals in the SEC is going to bite you in the butt at some point. And you'll be ready for Texas A&M next week. So, hey, all in all, not a great win. Great win for the Illini. Not a great win for the Mizzou Tigers, but a win. A win is a win. That's all that matters.
There you have it.
That's what they say.
Carey Davis is feeling so good. He protected, gave a little pat for Mizzou.
A little bit.
We do need a new Gauntlet contestant, so if you want to play in the Gauntlet, coming up in a couple of minutes, 314-399-9646 to the Air Comfort Service text line. Send it in there and text the word in Gauntlet, and you'll have an opportunity to play one of us next on 101 ESPN.
Touchdown, Illinois. My mic cut out. There it is. It's back.
Again, my favorite play. Pat Bryant actually lined up in the backfield as a fullback. Slip him out to the flat. It is always open. Always.
Everybody's a fullback.
Everybody plays fullback.
30-24 Illinois.
categories, one challenger. Can you survive the Gauntlet?
Brought to you by Blue Note Roofing. Roofing, siding, and gutters. Call 314-920-5713 now for a free inspection.
Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Carey Davis, Jamie Rivers, Andrew Marsh. And we have another Andrew on the line. Andrew's ready to play in the Gauntlet today. What's up, Andrew?
What's up, Stalter? Long time no see.
Ooh. Andrew, do we know each other? I feel like we know each other.
I'm kind of a big fan of Chris Duncan.
Oh, is this our guy? Raising Cane's, Andrew?
What's up, boy?
Oh, baby. All right, our guy Andrew playing a little Gauntlet with us today. So, Andrew, for those that don't know, every year on Dunk's birthday, he brings us in some Raising Cane's, often with his little boy. So, Andrew, we hope all is well, man. Thanks for playing today.
Well, I can't wait. I don't care how I do. I just like being on.
Well, good man. We love having you on. So, who are you taking on today?
That's a good question. You know what? I think I'm going to go with you, so.
Oh, I was ready to do the Carey Davis. All right, Andrew. Good luck to you, buddy.
But not today.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
All right, Anthony, get the heck out of here. As Anthony heads out to the Cone of Silence, Andrew, I'm going to ask you to ask another Andrew to spin that wheel, please.
Spin that wheel, Marshy.
All right, there it is. All right, buddy, what are you hoping for today?
I don't even care. I just like being on the radio.
Oh, okay. Well, the wheels.
If I had to pick.
All right, what would be your pick?
Random.
All right, well, it's not random. You got baseball today.
Okay.
All right, you feeling okay with that?
Well, we'll see how I do. If not so well, Anthony better pack a Lunchable.
That's right. All right, Andrew, as you know, each question's worth 2 points. If you use the options and get it correct, it's worth 1 point. If we're tied at the end of it, we'll have a tiebreaker, and we will get a winner here in the Gauntlet. Are you ready?
Sure am. Let's go.
Okay, question 1. The first post 9/11 pro sporting event in New York featured the Mets and the Braves. Whose go-ahead home run lifted the host team to victory on that emotional evening at Shea Stadium?
Oh, Mike Piazza, final answer.
Question number 2. In 1993, who snapped Ozzie Smith's 13-year run of consecutive National League Gold Glove awards?
93. I'm going to have to take the options on this one.
Is it Jeff Blauser, Barry Larkin, or Jay Bell?
Barry Larkin.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Question number 3. For how many different Major League clubs did Matt Holliday play? How many teams did he play for?
Well, he played for the Rockies twice. Played for the Cardinals. He got traded to the Cardinals from the A's, and he signed with the Yankees after he hit a home run on his final at bat with the Cardinals. So I'm going to say 4.
Final answer?
Sure. Final answer.
Last question. The longest game in Major League Baseball history went on for 26 innings as the Braves and Robins waged this epic battle on May 1st, 1920. Feels like just yesterday. Today, the Robins are known by another name, which is... question mark. Who are the Robins?
The Robins. Dude, that's tough. Were they? Can I get the options?
Yes, sir. Are they the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Cincinnati Reds, or the Chicago White Sox?
Oh, you know what? It's coming back to me. I think the Robins then became the Dodgers, so it would be Los Angeles Dodgers.
Final answer?
Robins to Brooklyn Dodgers. Yeah, final answer.
All right, thank you. All right, let's get Anthony back in here. How you feeling about this?
Pack a Lunchable, Anthony. Not very good. But you never know.
All right, well, he's back in studio, going to plug his ears in. Anthony's a little lonely today in the
a little bit. No Mike Ryder today. Well, Mike was here earlier, so.
Yeah.
Probably working from home. You know him. Always working.
He is, that's for sure.
Busy bee. That Mike Ryder.
For you, my friend, per the advice of our buddy Andrew, hopefully you packed a Lunchable today.
Lunchable.
Man, those things are so good.
They really are.
Jamie used to eat the adult Lunchable here at the Hubbard stations here.
BT's trying to give me a hard time for it.
Yeah, but it was an adult Lunchable.
What makes it an adult Lunchable? Is it the packaging?
It was packaging. Yeah, it wasn't an actual Lunchable.
Not as good.
Well, I don't need to try it.
I've had one of those. I think I know what you're talking about. They are pretty good.
They're good.
They're for adults. You
they
don't
got
get the
nothing
snack.
on those Lunchables.
You don't get the snack at the end. Like the
little.
what
Kind of meat is that, though, on a Lunchable? They call it turkey.
Ham,
looks a little
bologna.
I don't see these adult Lunchables making the pizza ones or the nacho ones.
Yes,
That's true. That's true.
That's very true.
The pizza one is elite.
All right. Well, pack a Lunchable, okay, Anthony?
All right.
You gonna tell them the category?
Yeah, baseball.
There you go.
Baseball. All right.
Question 1. The first post 9/11 sporting event in New York featured the Mets and the Braves. Whose go-ahead home run lifted the host team to victory on that emotional evening at Shea Stadium?
Mike Piazza. Final answer.
All right, question number 2. In 1993, who snapped Ozzie Smith's 13-year run of consecutive National League Gold Glove awards?
What did you give me a year, Carey?
In 1993,
thank you.
Who snapped Ozzie Smith's 13-year run of consecutive National League Gold Glove awards?
All right, so who was a shortstop in the 90s in the National League? Barry Larkin. Sean Dunston. Jose Uribe. Better get some. I'll take the options.
Is it Jeff Blauser, Barry Larkin, or Jay Bell?
Oh, Jay Bell. I don't think it was Blauser. I'll say Jay Bell. He was an excellent defender. Jay Bell. Final answer.
Question number 3. How many different major league clubs did Matt Holliday play? How many different teams did he play for?
Our guy Matt Holliday?
Matt Holliday.
Started with the Rockies. He was traded to the A's, who then traded him to the Cardinals. And then after he was with the Cardinals, he went to the Yankees. And then back to the Rockies. So that would be 4. Am I forgetting anybody? I don't think so. 4. Final answer.
All right, last question. The longest game in Major League Baseball history went on for 26 innings as the Braves and the Robins waged this epic battle on May 1st, 1920. Today, the Robins are known by another name. What team are they?
The old Robins, you say, huh? Well, Robin kind of, somewhat, sort of looks like an Oriole. So, Baltimore Orioles. Final answer.
Okay. Let's go over this. The first post 9/11 pro sporting event in New York featured the Mets and the Braves, whose go-ahead home run lifted the host team to victory on that emotional evening at Shea Stadium. Andrew, you said Mike Piazza. Anthony, you also said Mike Piazza. Carey, answer is
Mike Piazza.
But Neither of you needed the options.
Oh, nice job, Andrew.
2-2.
Thanks. You too.
All right. Question 2. In 1993, who snapped Ozzie Smith's 13-year run of consecutive National League Gold Glove awards? Andrew, with the options, you said Barry Larkin. Anthony, with the options, you said good old Jay Bell. Answer is...
It is Jay Bell.
It is Jay
nice.
Bell. Anthony up 3-2, heading into question number 3. For how many different major league clubs did Matt Holliday play? Andrew, without the options, you said 4. Anthony, you too, without the options, said 4. Answer is
4.
4. So that puts us at 5-4. Anthony heading into the last question. The old Robins. The longest game in MLB history went on for 26 innings as the Braves and the Robins waged this epic battle on May 1st, 1920. Today, the Robins are known by another name. What? Which is basically, what team are they now? Andrew, you took the options. You said the Dodgers. Anthony, you said, yeah, Robin kind of looks like an Orioles. He's the Baltimore Orioles.
Based on some of the comments I'm now seeing in the snake pit, I think I was wrong.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So here's how it's going to work. If Anthony's right with the Orioles, he's going to win today. If Andrew is right with the Dodgers, we have a walk-off. If it's the Reds or the White Sox, which were the other two options, Anthony will still win today.
Walk it off.
Walk it off.
It was the Dodgers. The old L.A. Robins.
Okay.
So we got 5-5. All right, Andrew, here's how it works. We're going to ask Anthony the question, and he's going to write down his answer. Do not say anything until he's done with his answer, and then we're going to come to you, and then we're going to need your answer immediately. And whoever's closest to the pin will win.
Love these.
Okay.
All right. Anthony, are you ready, or are you still fiddling with things?
Well, I got to
He's fiddling.
He's fiddling all over the place over here.
You okay? You got some paper?
Ever heard of the St. Louis Brown? No. But yes.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here is the tiebreaker question.
Better listen.
How far did Mark McGwire's record-breaking 60-second home run travel in feet? Anthony's writing down. Okay, we have Anthony's answer. Andrew, what's your answer?
Well, it's the shortest of his career. I would say 361 feet.
All right. We have a winner today. Andrew.
You have chosen wisely.
Oh, God.
I was listening to Andrew.
It was 341 feet, which was the shortest homer of Big Mac for him that entire season. Anthony, you had
369.
Of course you did.
Of course you did.
369.
And Andrew, 361. So, Andrew, you'll be back tomorrow to take on Marshy, Carey, or myself, buddy.
Oh, I can't wait.
Good job, Andrew.
All right.
Nice job, Andrew.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thanks, guys.
Nice job. All right. Andrew will be back tomorrow.
Anthony.
That'd be funny. That'd be funny, guy.
Well, no, the Robins was actually.
What were the options?
Dodgers, Reds, and
White Sox.
White Sox.
If you'd have taken the options,
I don't even know if I would have landed on the Dodgers with that one.
Well, the Red
You would have
Sox
eliminated the White Sox.
I would have eliminated the White Sox.
And then you would have had to toggle between Dodgers and...
I probably would have went Reds, if I'm being
Weren't
honest.
they the Red Stockings?
Nobody knows.
I'm pretty
The
sure
red
they were.
legs.
The red legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 2 minutes. 2 minutes for losing the gauntlet.
I gotta go back
that's
there
right.
now. All right. Well, I'll do the. I'll go into the penalty box. Well, Jamie gives you his Week 3 NFL notes next on 101 ESPN.
Gentlemen, are you currently using ED meds? You know what I'm talking about. The little blue pill, the gummy things. Well, you're probably paying too much for those ED meds. That's why you need to get over to the Medicine Shop in St. Charles, where they are your destination for cheap ED meds. They've got a generic called Sildenafil, and that is less than $2 a pill. Prescription required, of course. And the pharmacy's awesome, too. Just travel in there, talk to the people who work there. I call them my pharmacy family. They do a great job of making sure that if there's anything that you need, they take great care of you, whether it's cold and flu season, which is already knocking on the door for us, allergies that are always there, aches and pains. They are going to make sure that you leave there completely satisfied. And they're going to take great care of you. And they also have a great program where they offer free, discreet shipping and delivery to your home or your workplace of any medicines or medical things that you need on a regular basis. So if it's a refill on a prescription, or if it's diabetic supplies, or anything else for that matter, the Medicine Shop comes to you, and that's a great, great program. I take full advantage of that, and you should too. So please, again, stop by and say hi to everybody over there, or if nothing else, at least visit them online at stcharles.medicineshop.com. That's stcharles.medicineshop.com.
There's still time, but you are running out of time when it comes to calling Mosby Building Arts to take advantage of their tub-to-shower bathroom sale. It goes now until the end of September, so you only got until September 30th to give Mosby a call, 314-909-1800. You could also visit them at callmosby.com, but they're giving you 3 ways to save on a luxurious new shower, including 10% off all bathroom projects, or no payments for 12 months, or payments as low as $200 a month. So if you've walked by your bathroom one too many times and have uttered the words, I'm sick and tired of looking at some of this outdated bathroom finishings and things like that. I want to change. I want a new shower. I want a new countertop. I want new mirrors. I want whatever. Call Mosby. They're fantastic. Hands down the best. They do things the right way. They'll give you your own designer that's going to come to your home and take the right measurements, sit down with you, show you all the options that you have. When your project gets started, they're each and every week you'll have somebody contacting you to make sure that your project is going off without a hitch. If you have any questions, they answer them, and there's no hidden costs and things like that. They give you everything up front. Give them a call right now. If you want to upgrade your bathroom, now's the time to call Mosby. 314-909-1800. Call Mosby.com. Tell them Stalter sent you. It's Mosby Building Arts, the right remodeling company. Live from the penalty box here in the corner of the studio after losing to Andrew in the Gauntlet. I'm Anthony Stalter. Who knew that the Robins used to be the Dodgers?
Andrew did.
Andrew did.
Yeah.
I did.
Now so do I. Andrew Marsh, Carey Davis, I'm Anthony Stalter. Jamie Rivers with his week 3 NFL notes.
Yeah, so watching all the games, obviously, besides the Monday Nighters here, The Miami Dolphins, to me, were a team that I wonder what they'd look like without a legitimate quarterback. And Tua being out now, they're turn and put the team onto Skylar Thompson's shoulders, and clearly he's not the guy.
No.
And clearly Tim Boyle might not be the guy either. These guys, Skylar Thompson, 13 of 19 for 107, and good old Timmy Boyle went 7 of 13 for 79 yards. The whopping total of 140 yards in the air.
Oof.
So Tua, by the way, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Carey, I think Tua led the league in yards last year. Okay. And these two combined for 140 yards.
It's not great.
It's not great.
It's going to be a tough task to try to win ball games if you don't throw the ball well enough.
Well, especially when you've got Tyreek Hill and Waddle and those guys. You're not getting them the ball, and that's not going to be able. It's not sustainable.
No.
For me, one of the biggest takeaways from the weekend is, what do the Dolphins do? Because their season right now rests on the shoulders of two QBs that clearly are not capable of playing in the NFL.
Well, go ahead, Andy.
Well, in some respects, Carey.
I couldn't see you. I didn't know you were talking.
Yeah. I'm over here. I'm in the penalty box. In some respects, if you're the Dolphins, say, okay, well, we've been kind of developing Skylar Thompson over the last couple of years. He did have to start a playoff game for us. He's been in our system. He knows. So in that regard, you're like, okay, maybe you can develop him into a solid.
But how many
solid
weeks
backup.
is that going to take?
But Jamie, like you said, at what point? So there's the one side of it. The other side of it, you've had this guy in your camp, and he started games for you. He clearly can't get it done. So why haven't you upgraded that spot, especially when you have somebody that unfortunately is your starter, and Tua is constantly dealing with concussions?
Yeah, so I look at it that way, and then I wonder, like what can they do? I joked about Tom Brady. I'm starting to be less and less funny about it, and I'm get to the point where Mike McDaniel might call him himself and say, just like, come down, practice for a week.
Yeah.
See if you like us type thing.
Right.
Because what else can you do? You're not going to make a trade, and what are you going to trade for? You're going to trade for some other team's version of Skylar Thompson.
Yep. Well, they signed Tyler Huntley, correct, off the Baltimore's practice squad.
Yep.
I mean, that could be an option. Tyler Huntley has started a playoff game, albeit it didn't go well for the Ravens when he did. But
Who did they play in that game?
I don't recall. Was it the
Steelers?
Oh, I didn't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's the Steelers.
Makes
in
sense.
the playoffs?
I didn't remember.
Yeah.
They played the Bengals.
Oh, yeah,
Who's the Bengals?
Yeah, that's when they fumbled at the goal line.
that's
and they
right.
ran it. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Nice job, Marsh. Hubbard went all the way. Yeah. Wasn't it Hubbard? Sam Hubbard?
I believe.
No. It was. Never mind.
But either way, they signed Tyler Huntley. They obviously knew or felt that they needed to do something. Somewhat
That's
of an
not
upgrade.
a game changer, Carey. Come on.
But I mean, is there a game changer out there that is going to be willing to only start for 3 more weeks? If you bring Tom Brady in, he ain't going to be there as a Band-Aid. He is going to be, I'm QB1 from here on out, and you're paying Tua Tagovailoa a ton of money. When he's healthy, he's back in that starting spot.
I think that's the biggest thing. Is like you have no guarantee that he's going to come back, and even if he comes back in 3 weeks, and
he's coming back,
and he gets hit again, and
now that I'm not guaranteed about, but when he comes back, he's starting.
I agree.
So, whether that's for 1 week or for the rest of the season or the rest of his career in Miami, he's going to be, the starter there until further notice. So
the Dolphins wish they had Joe Flacco.
Come on,
Joey. He drugged
comeback player of the year,
He
Super Bowl
drugged the
champ.
Browns into the playoffs last year, single-handedly, Carey.
The defense and the run game did that.
He had some
Joe
big
Flacco
games.
he had a few, and then he didn't. And then he was Joe Flacco.
Can you imagine if he had Tyreek?
Oh, goodness. He probably wouldn't be able to get the ball to him.
What? He's always had a big arm.
Do you think
Just
at
doesn't know where
48
it's
years
going.
old? Yeah, well,
It's overrated. All right, my other notes from the weekend were the Ravens. I'd been harping about it since the beginning of the season to give the dang ball to Derrick Henry. You went and got the biggest moose in the entire league as far as running the ball, and you barely used him, and they finally used him, and he went off. Now, the Ravens tried to hand the game back to the Cowboys, and Anthony, I'm not going to lie, I was thinking about you and your Falcons As the
You got confused with the bird?
Cowboys were down 26 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they come roaring back and make a game of it. But no, so for me, the Ravens, some of my notes are the Ravens finally figured out that let's give the ball to Derrick Henry and let's run Lamar Jackson. And that way the defense has to keep guessing as to who the hell's got the ball and where the heck everybody's going.
Yeah.
So that helped out.
Boy, what's up, too, with Justin Tucker? I think he's missed a field goal in, is it 3 straight weeks, or he's got 3 overall?
He never misses.
He never misses. And I realize these aren't cheap, field goals here. They're not chip shots, but
yeah,
normally you got him from anywhere.
Yeah, it's right down the middle.
Yep. But yeah, so some good with the Ravens, but then like you said, Jamie, with some holes there defensively potentially.
Yeah, and my last thing, real quick, is the Cowboys. I just wrote trouble in paradise.
How about them Cowboys?
Dak signs his deal. C.D. Lamb gets his deal. Micah Parsons doesn't get a deal. Then Jerry Jones is talking about how he couldn't afford to go get Derrick Henry. Okay, Jerry. And then Dak is coming off the field, and some of the fans are talking about jumping off the fan bus or jumping off the bandwagon with him, and he basically says, "Go on, jump off then. I don't care." So the wheels are kind of falling off in Dallas, and
they didn't do anything in the offseason. They didn't upgrade in any position. They signed the players that were already on their roster. They didn't fix any of the holes. And if you looked at again what they did for that playoff game against the Packers, nobody was prepared defensively. They got shelled, they got hit in the mouth and were unable to recover, and they didn't fix it. They didn't do anything to fix it in the offseason, and all they did was bring back. They signed Dak to a massive contract. They signed C.D. Lamb. You essentially got the same team you had last year, but how you finished is basically who you are. So I'm not surprised that they're getting their teeth kicked in right now.
Yeah, no running game. They're not constructed well offensively. They got a lot of big money players, but that's about it at this point. They're not a full team.
I think their best player is probably their kicker.
Yeah, he's awesome, isn't he?
He is awesome.
Wow.
Isn't it crazy how good these kickers are these days?
It
just seems like 20 years ago, a 40-something yard field goal was that's a long field goal, which it still is. But they're hitting 60 plus field goals like it's nothing.
There's very few field goals that are out of range now.
Right. Yep. Unless you're Moody, who could have put the 49ers up by 10 and did not. And the Rams came back and won. But overall, Marsh, you're absolutely right. All right, I'm getting out of the penalty box. Jamie, good stuff there. We've got Sports Six-Pack next. So if you've got a question for us, 314-399-9646 is the Air Comfort Service text line. Send in your Sports Six-Pack questions. We'll answer them next.
If you're looking to save money on your car insurance or your home insurance, please trust Allstate and the Bibb Agency. They are going to compete for some of the best rates they can get for you, but the main thing is the coverage. You're going to make sure you're properly covered because we all know it's not if something happens, it's when something happens. And if you don't have the right coverage, when something happens, that's where things can get really terrible for people. I've heard some of the stories from Tracy Bibb about people who were with a former company, thought they were covered, they weren't, and then they had to go through a really tough time. So don't make that mistake. Tracy Bibb and the Bibb Agency, they're not a 1-800 number, so you're getting that personal care care and attention that every customer should get. And Tracy, not only does she care about her customers, she cares about the community as well. She's involved with the United Cerebral Palsy, the Purple Stride, Kids Rock Cancer, the Little Bit Foundation, so many more as well. So not only does the BEB agency do a great job of making sure you're properly insured, they're also out there in the community taking care of all of the people in this area. So please call Tracy today for a free non-committal quote. That number's 314-328-4260. That's 314-328-4260. It's no fib. You're in good hands with Tracy Bibb.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals take 2 of 3 against the Cleveland Guardians this past weekend. They win 2-1 over the Guardians yesterday. The Cards have a day off today, but they'll take on the Colorado Rockies tomorrow on the road, 7:40 first pitch. City SC picked up a 2-1 victory over San Jose. They'll take on Sporting KC on Saturday, 7:30 start time. The Blues lost their 2 preseason games this weekend, a 2-1 loss to Dallas, a 5-3 loss to Utah. And we'll also have Monday Night Football for you right here on 101 ESPN. It's the Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars. We have our Sports Six-Pack coming up next. So if you have a question you want to send our way, do so using the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Sports Six-Pack coming up next. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is brought to you by Paramount Men's Medical Center. Suffering from ED or PE? Your first treatment is free at ParamountMen'sMedical.com.
It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN with Carey Davis and Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter, Andrew Marsh, excuse me, with your Sports Six-Pack questions.
Question number 1.
All right, from the 636, with yesterday being Paul Goldschmidt's possible last home game as a Cardinal, what is your lasting memory? The 636 says that we can also talk Carp and Lance Lynn, too.
Did they give him a standing ovation for his last game?
Who, Goldie?
The Cardinal fans.
I know Carp got a standing ovation for his last at bat, which he watched 3 pitches go.
He's still choked up.
Did they do it for Goldie?
I don't know.
Then that means he'll be back. So don't worry about it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the fans forgot to give him a standing. No, we got to bring him back.
Got to bring him back.
You got to run it back.
Yeah. What's wrong with you guys? Huh?
All right, so what's the lasting image then? To me, it's winning the MVP.
Winning MVP.
Yeah.
If that was his last at bat as a Cardinal in a Cardinal uniform, then yeah, it's winning the MVP. You don't. It's not like he had a terrible career here, tenure here. He
had a really good tenure here. Let's just be.
Is there a specific moment that jumps off the page? Which
no.
is, so there's an MVP, obviously, that's a season long, but is there a moment that he had?
No,
because
not a one.
Let me tell you why. A lot of Cardinal play, I could find one for Matt Carpenter.
I can find one for Arenado.
Was it in the
too.
playoffs?
It was off. Carp had a few of them, but the one in L.A. off Clayton Kershaw, the bases clearing double to put the Cardinals on top in that game.
Right. Yeah. Carpenter's entire career. I got you.
What about Arenado?
Hitting the home run and in the home
day.
opener?
Yeah. I don't know if it was opening day or home opener. It was home opener for sure.
Yeah. In his first Cardinal home game.
For Goldie, like, with all due respect, Goldie's just kind of boring.
That doesn't.
Hear me out.
Like, you can say anything
French
you want.
toast.
No, but he's so like he's a great baseball player that makes difficult plays look routine. Like defensively, he makes difficult plays look routine. So it's hard to be like, whoa, and he's a home run hitter, so I expect him to hit home runs. And the problem is he never did any damage in the playoffs. So it's not like there's a game where you're like, that was a huge hit like Albert Pujols or like some of those guys. So I remember a lot of great plays, but it's not like at one moment for Goldie where I'm like, oh, yeah, that's the one I'll never forget.
That's fair.
Someone says, this is from the 314, fast lane off, grand slam against the Blue Jays. Sure. I don't remember
that. Is that a playoff game?
No, definitely was. That would have been a World Series. Yeah, and that was not yet. Okay. All right, well, I think that's great. It's you. So you've got one. That's great.
Come on. He's had some good moments.
Absolutely.
For sure.
We're just stupid. We can't think of them all.
You guys.
Honestly,
there's so many of them.
One of my favorite moments was when Carlos Martinez wouldn't settle down in one of the playoff games that the Cardinals actually won. I think it was his first year here. And Goldie, I think he caught a ball on a ground ball, and he just like peered into Carlos Martinez's soul and told him to like calm down. It was when Martinez was closing games.
There you go.
Yeah.
From the 636, when we first got Paul Goldschmidt, he smacked the bomb in Milwaukee, was just excited, thinking we were going to be great again.
I do remember that. I remember the home run in Milwaukee. It's like a 3-run shot. It was. It was early. It was early in the year.
You don't remember. You're preying on the fact that we don't
First
remember.
road trip. You know what, Jamie? Go fast lane yourself.
All right. Fair enough.
Trying to help. Question 2, please.
Question number 2.
From the 314, is MIZ overrated?
I'll do this for Mizzou fans.
I'll leave that.
Absolutely. Last team I called overrated won a huge road game against a top 25 opponent. So, yes.
You meant that, though.
I may mean this one. I've been real high on Mizzou. Real high on Mizzou. And I did not like what I saw on Saturday.
I'm called a hater, so I will refrain from,
look,
speaking.
I'll reiterate what I said earlier about Mizzou.
I'll recuse myself.
I'll start on defense, because I thought defensively they were going to be, top 15 in the nation. I really did. Their run fits have not been good. They are constantly out of position in the front seven. They're allowing too many big plays, too many broken plays or miscommunication plays. That has not been good at all. Tackling was on Saturday night. Offensively, I think the run game is sound, but short yardage, they've got issues, which is, I think, why Drink eventually said, hey, you know what, punt it and play for overtime so we don't give Vanderbilt a short field to work with in case we miss don't get the first down on fourth down. Brady Cook has had some okay moments, but the arm talent isn't as live as I thought it was going to be. I've got concerns. Sorry about it. Special teams wasn't good either on Saturday.
Nah.
Oh, you guys are just going to stand by my comments, huh?
No, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I told you I recused myself from speaking on it because...
Yeah, at least I called Illinois frauds.
People think I'm a hater.
Wrong, but I stood for something.
You did. You dug your heels in, Anthony, even though you were 100% wrong. You
completely wrong. 1,000,000% wrong, yeah.
Mizzou looked bad there.
But they won.
They did win.
Marshy.
They won against a really bad team.
Thank you.
Vanderbilt might win 6 games this year, fellas.
Emphasis on the might.
They might.
They might.
They might not.
Not a good look.
I don't think they've won since Virginia Tech, have they?
They were 2-1. Going into yesterday, I believe.
That's a hell of a team.
Did a blood donor victory.
I don't know who they played in week 3.
All right, we'll carry it. Do I carry it over, Marsh?
Team.
Let's do one more.
Let's do one more.
Is it?
I mean, they won a game at least.
Game. Technically, they are winning.
Yeah.
Question number 3.
This one should be pretty quick from the 636. Are you secretly happy the Cards season is coming to an end so you aren't obligated to watch this team anymore this year?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
I'm tired of talking about them, too.
Listen.
Is that wrong? Is that bad?
I'm disappointed.
No. If it's wrong, I don't want to be right.
I love Cardinal baseball with all my heart and soul. And the fact that I don't get any more baseball in October doesn't sit well with me, fellas.
Well, we do get baseball in October. There's other teams that are
Cardinal
playing.
baseball.
Not
Carey.
Cardinal baseball. I mean, I could go for
You have to be used to it by
Shohei
now.
Ohtani. I mean, he's 50-50, 55-55, 60-60 maybe. I don't know. That guy's pretty good. I watch the Dodgers.
And he might pitch.
Why don't we have excitement, guys?
We do. Mason win.
Okay.
Yeah, we have our guy.
Willson when he's healthy. Contreras is exciting.
He's fun.
Yeah.
He is.
That'll do it. All right. We'll continue our Sports Six Pack next on 101 ESPN. Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, they still have fantastic deals going on throughout the month of September. We're talking about great deals with low interest rates on Altimas, Pathfinders, Rogues. We have a Pathfinder in our household. I'm driving a Rogue right now. We love Auto Centers Nissan. They've got great deals going on. They've got over 700 vehicles all in one location. So you're bound to find the perfect vehicle that's going to match the style that you're looking for as well as the budget. And they've got all kinds of financing options as well. So first-time buyers or anybody with any sort of credit challenges, no problem. They've got deals for you as well. They've got financing options for everyone. As always, they got a 30-day new car return promise, complimentary lifetime warranty on new Nissans and eligible used vehicles, complimentary 1-year maintenance on new Nissan purchases. Start at autocentersnissan.com, and when you head down to Herculaneum, tell them that Stalter sent you. It's Auto Centers Nissan.
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six Pack is brought to you by Paramount Men's Medical Center. Suffering from ED or PE? Your first treatment is free at ParamountMen'sMedical.com.
It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN with Jamie Rivers and Carey Davis. I'm Anthony Stalter. Here's Andrew Marsh continuing the Sports Six Pack.
Question number 4.
All right, from the 573, is Sam Darnold destined to win the NFL MVP? Skol Vikes.
Did you text that in, Mark?
I did not. No,
Okay,
I would never
just
say something like that.
What do you qualify for? Comeback Player of the Year?
He played last year.
He played like a series.
But he played. He was comeback player of the year is generally someone that's hurt, returning from injury. Like, he played last year. What player was hurt?
Didn't Joe Flacco win comeback player of the year?
He did. Yeah,
he
he
wasn't
did.
hurt. He just wasn't playing.
He deserved it too.
Would Sam Darnold qualify, Jamie, for comeback player of the year?
Where's he coming back from? Being terrible?
Yeah, no.
What are we
It's
doing?
just where I was headed, Carey.
Terrible.
Baker Mayfield was in that conversation last year.
Thank
he wasn't
you.
hurt. He was
coming
just
back from
playing
being terrible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
That's not the meaning of the award.
as you were saying it, I was thinking it. Yeah, come back from what? The bench?
So Trey
Come
Lance
back from
starts
bad coaching. How about we start there?
I guess.
Because obviously this guy got a little bit of coaching, and now look at him. People are talking about for MVP candidate.
No, a person is
Shame
talking
on
about
you guys.
A person.
This is
not
a man
people.
who worked hard. Granted, at one point he was a number 3 overall pick. He worked hard, and he failed.
Who has seen
A lot.
miserably ghosts.
Terrible. And now he's been great this season through 3 games. So, Marshy, I'm with you. This guy's an MVP candidate.
Well, he should be. He's leading the league in touchdowns right now. So,
Okay.
tell him.
I guess, Geno Smith won it. He was coming back from being terrible. Joe Flacco won it. He was coming back from being terrible.
No, he was coming back from being retired.
Also known as terrible.
And a Super Bowl champion.
He retired because he was terrible.
All right, we get your point.
I'm sorry.
All right.
That's too much.
I guess you wanted to hurt us tonight, and you did. So,
I
fine.
like to tell the truth.
Okay.
To answer your question, no, he's not going to win the MVP. Sorry.
MVP? No chance.
really?
Yeah.
MVP?
Marsh, I know you don't want to hear this, but
In a league that has Patrick Mahomes in it?
the market's going to correct itself here.
What do you mean?
I don't think he'll be terrible, but the market's going to correct itself.
I agree with Jamie. I think Jamie is trying to tell you just...
You know what? Keep on doubting this team, baby. Keep on doubting them.
I'm going to
Keep
feel
on
so
trucking.
bad for you around week 7 or 8.
Well, I said week 10, so
Probably
give me at least 3 more weeks off of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question number 5.
The schedule is actually, like,
I
the
was
more
gonna
I
say,
look at
it
it,
looks
I'm
pretty
like,
good.
hey, this team could win at least 12 games.
I think they're legit.
They actually could.
They're legit.
I'm not gonna hype them up too much. Again, I don't want my soul to be crushed. But all right, next question from the 314. Do you think Tennessee will win a national championship this year?
I don't know if that ever kind of works out for them, but man,
Tennessee.
they are a wagon right now.
They might be the best looking team in college football.
I
right now.
agree.
I like the uniforms, too.
Well, other than the uniforms, they are playing really well. Like, their quarterback is he's outstanding. Like,
They're good.
electric. And you know what I like the most?
Real good.
Josh Heupel, who is a offensive guy, a quarterback, he spoke about Tennessee and what the expectations were, and he started talking about the defense. He said, this team, this school, this program is
University.
known, thank you,
College.
for good, all of those. Team is known for
Program.
defense.
Yeah.
Reggie White and Eric Berry and Al Wilson, and I'm like,
what I-
it blew my mind to hear him.
I think of like T. Martin.
and Peyton Manning. I
Yeah.
don't know, but
That'd be a
Peerless
better one than
Price.
T. Martin, but
Huh?
Peyton Manning would be a better one than T. Martin. But
T. Martin won a national championship.
So, you know.
But Travis Henry, yeah,
Yeah.
like they were known for, but he mentioned defense, which
Yeah, I
when I'm
didn't-
watching this defense play, I'm like, they are actually flying around.
Yeah.
They look like a really good team.
Yeah.
Man.
All right. Fair
Fun
enough.
to watch.
Question number 6.
All right, this one comes from Droid in the Snake Pit. Will we ever see a team as bad as the White Sox again? In 2003, I'm sure people said that about the Tigers. Is this the worst professional sports season in the modern era?
Oh, you mentioned a good one there with the
16?
Tigers.
Oh, you said Tigers. I thought you said Lions.
The Tigers
wrong,
were
wrong
I mean,
sport.
they
Right city.
were horrible. The White Sox. I think the White Sox. Yeah, right. I think the White Sox may have it though. This is
The Lions went
0-16.
Yeah, but
They
so
didn't
did
win
They didn't even win a game,
Who else
Anthony.
went 0-16?
That was it. They're
The Browns.
Yeah, the Browns did
go
under
0-16?
No, they won a game.
No, they didn't. Under
Freddie Kitchen?
What's his name? No.
Freddie?
No, I know who you're talking about.
Oh.
Mike.
No.
What was his name?
2017 Browns did go 0-16.
What was his name?
Oh.
He's a black guy.
The
He
black
was the
guy.
coach at
with the bald head, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I, was waiting
Coach.
I was waiting for Carey to say
I know
that.
you were. You went on to coach at like Southern or Fairview.
Was it Hugh something?
Hugh Jackson.
There you go.
Hugh Jackson. Nice. Yeah.
Huge
Football guy.
Asoli.
Huge Asoli. Football guy Jamie Rivers finally got it for us. Yeah. No, they won 0-16 then.
Oh,
That's bad.
Remember that.
This White Sox team is I mean, this is horrible.
You don't win a game though. Like there's nothing.
Yeah, like-
baseball is different.
But there's only, I mean, for
I
them,
know.
it was only 16.
But you didn't win one.
You didn't win one.
You might as well have not played the season.
But there's been a lot of 1-win teams. There's been a lot of 2-win teams.
That's much better
The
than
White
0.
Sox, I mean, just pathetic.
What is their record now?
36 and 120.
And to put that into perspective, your 2024 Cardinals gave them 2 of their wins.
Okay.
Lost twice to the worst team ever in baseball.
Why you got to do that?
And ever. Bob.
I'm just
not
bringing it up because it's a fact.
Okay.
You know how we're not, we talk about the
nobody
Cardinals.
appreciates it, okay?
You know how we talk about the Cardinals' run differential
Yes.
at minus 59?
Sure.
Like minus 200.
The White Sox minus 320.
Oh, God. To my point.
If you're a player on that team, showing up to work every day has to be brutal.
Yeah.
Like people will say, "Oh, at least you get paid." Yeah,
You
that's
are.
cool.
It's a nice consolation prize.
It's cool. But when you know every day when I go to work, it's going to be the worst day of work, day after day after day. Like, it's nothing.
Like, that's where you literally have to stop worrying. No, I shouldn't say stop worrying about the team, but stop worrying about the team's success and try to just focus on you.
You got to become a me guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to in that situation because even if you're a we guy, the we's not working. Like, you guys are terrible.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're not wrong. I'll still say it's the White Sox. All right. Marsh, is that it? Did we get
That's it.
We
That's
got
all
through those?
6.
Nice job, guys.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah,
nice
nice.
job. Speaking of Marsh, we got Marsh's NFL Week 3 game notes next on 101 ESPN.
Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter back with you here. We're joined by our good buddy Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. Hey, Stewie, my guy Anthony Stalter, boy, does he enjoy a good bandwagon from time to time. Likes to jump on that Chiefs bandwagon as they go for the Super Bowl. But you, my friend, you've got a different kind of bandwagon, don't you?
That's right. It's the saving the money bandwagon. Anthony, you like to save some money or
Yes,
what?
I know, Stewie. I love bandwagons. I love money. Yep.
That's right. We're doing 20 to 40 applications a day. People are saving hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. You know, you hear about this on the radio all the time, but the bagel loan is real. No closing costs. If you finance in the last 3 years, you have rates in the upper 6s or 7s. You can refinance for free. I just refinanced the customer. He went from a 30-year to a 15-year, knocked off 13 years off his loan. Payment went up $200 a month. That's it. This is a great opportunity. So you know what, guys? Get on the bandwagon. It's a party time. We're saving that money. Now you'll be way ahead of the game, and life is good.
You know, sometimes it's fun to join a bandwagon, I admit, especially the Chiefs.
Especially one with money.
Dodgers, money. Yeah, no, it's good. Call Stewie right now, 314 324 4440 314
324
4440. You can call him day or night, text him if you need to. Make sure that when you do talk to Stewie eventually and tell him what your situation is, tell him that you heard here on 101 at ESPN with Jamie and with me. Jamie, if they miss that phone number, what can they
just
do?
Google the bagel loan.
Stewie, thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
NMLS number 226715.
Fastlane on 101 ESPN 503. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler, with Carey Davis and Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Carey and Jamie gave their NFL Week 3 game notes. Now it's time for our guy Marsh's. What do you got, Marsh?
All right, I'm going to start off with the Bucks and Saints. We were really high on them heading into Week 3, and they proved that they are indeed frauds after their Week 3 performance. The Saints, what did they put up, like 90 points through 2 weeks, and they could barely score a touchdown in Week 3. Not great. Not great. I think that is the team that we have been expected to see, and we saw it against the Eagles yesterday. And then the Bucs, I don't know what was going on there. I even picked them up in fantasy football. I thought their defense was going to look sharp against the Denver Broncos, and Bo Nix had a good game. I don't know what else to say.
Bo Nix looked great.
Bo Nix looked great. And the Broncos end up beating the Buccaneers. I think they looked like frauds this week.
I think Bo Nix he was sufficient.
Compared to what he looked like in the first 3 weeks, I think he looked great.
They dialed the game plan back for him.
Yes.
A lot of short passes, out routes, easy. Felt like he was reading one side of the field, one receiver, catch it and throw.
Yes.
Like take all of the thought process out of it, and it was
whatever's open, just hit it. Like that was the game plan.
It was.
And it worked.
He looked very comfortable knowing who to throw the ball to pre-snap. Like it was easier for him. But if you're the Buccaneers, you can't lose. like that at home.
No.
That was a terrible loss. It was terrible. The Saints, I won't accept it, but I'll give, because they were playing the Eagles. The Eagles still, I don't know what they got to figure out, but the Saints, I can accept that one. The Buccaneers, I don't know what the hell that was.
Well, I agree that the Bucs loss was worse because the opponent was worse. But why can you accept the Saints one?
Because I think the Eagles are a better team. I expected the Eagles to win. I know the Saints had been playing really well. They had been doing really well. They beat up on the Cowboys last week, which I don't think the Cowboys are really anything to write home about. And then week 1 they beat the Panthers. So that loss against the Eagles didn't really bother me as much as the damn Tampa Bay Buccaneers losing the way that they lost to the Denver Broncos.
I think the Saints one bothers me because we just got done talking about it last week, where I referenced, there was the Scooby-Doo reference, Marsh, where I'm like, Derek Carr, it's like a mask of Tom Brady. And you're like, wait a minute, take it off. It's Derek Carr. Yeah, and I would have gotten away with it too. Yeah, wasn't for your damn Eagles. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. I knew that performance was well within Derek Carr, but bury the bodies, pick them up, and bench Dak Prescott because we
That's
believed.
Really what he's upset about.
Yeah, I am. I'm furious because the Eagles had allowed nearly 400, an average of 400 yards, total yards in the previous 2 weeks. Short rest. Defense terrible, no blitz, no nothing, and Derek Carr went back to being Derek Carr. Like, take away Alvin Kamara, and it was like, oh, we're the Saints again. We're Derek Carr. So, yeah, I'm furious. I back the Saint, specifically Derek Carr, who, Carey, you know my feelings on.
I do.
On the D train.
Actually, very surprised.
On the D car. And
What are your feelings on the D car?
He doesn't like him. At all.
At all.
Okay.
He's not a fan. No.
I was just wondering.
On my quarterback hate list, Carr, he goes up a spot. Kirky Cousins goes down.
You were pretty impressed by Kirk last night, weren't you?
He was fine. Yeah. That's the best I can say. He was fine. He was solid.
He was fine.
Yeah. He wasn't the reason why we lost.
It wasn't the reason. Well,
yeah. Wasn't the reason why we could have won.
The referees are the reason you lost, Anthony.
No, I'm not going to go
Defensive
that
pass interference in the end zone.
It was.
Call it.
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go
refs
that
always
route.
giving the Chiefs a chance.
Yeah,
like they need any more help.
You know my thought on that?
I know.
Chris Jones got a bogus roughing the passer call too, so it went both ways. Now theirs saved a touchdown for him, but regardless, Kirky football was fine.
Anthony, you mentioned buried the bodies. Tough loss this week.
Yeah.
The neighbors Dave 3-0 right now. The field is wide open, gentlemen, and I mean, even teams like the Giants are looking good these days, thanks to Malik Neighbors. Shout out Malik Neighbors for Neighbors Dave.
He's been great.
Man, I really look at this NFC East, and I have no idea who is the best team. You know, you mentioned the Eagles. I don't think the Eagles have really looked that good. The Cowboys are obviously struggling. Washington, they haven't played their Week 3 game yet, but they are looking for a win
New York
to go 2-1. But I mean,
they got to throw the ball to Malik Neighbors every play if they can.
I think they tried.
Do you think, okay, let's say the Giants play the way that they did this week, and they're consistent with it. Not every single game is going to look like that. Do you think they have an opportunity to possibly win the NFC East based on what we've seen so far out of these teams?
No.
Okay.
I still think the Eagles are the best team.
I agree.
In the NFC East. And at this point, I'm not sure that it's close. Obviously, they should be 3-0 as well. Again, people could criticize the play calling from last week. They should have won that game. And they should be 3-0. What they did yesterday versus the Saints, scoring 15 points, probably not enough for. But you also they got people injured right now. They got guys hurt. A.J. Brown has been out for a couple of weeks. Yep. Devontae Smith went out with a concussion. Lane Johnson, starting right tackle, went out with a concussion as well. So I think the Eagles will be fine. As long as they hand the ball to Saquon, throw it to him, and A.J. Brown and Smith come back healthy, I think they'll be fine.
To my point, though, the field is wide open through 3 weeks of play. I just wonder if it's going to remain that way. And we talked about this a few times over the course of the past couple of weeks, just because of all the upsets and where the teams are in the standings. But if you really look at at least the NFC playoff picture, there's a lot of teams in there where you're like, oh wow, like I did not expect that at all. And there's teams that are outside of the playoff picture where you're expecting those teams to be there at the end of the season, but things just they're not quite adding up yet for some of those teams. So I wonder if this field and the parity is going to continue through the rest of the season.
I think it will. I think that's how close everything is right now in the NFL. Don't you guys? I think this is just a situation where you've got the top teams aren't that far off from the middle teams, and the middle teams aren't that far off from the worst teams. Now, I was going to say, you got Carolina, but Carolina went into Vegas yesterday and took the Raiders behind the woodshed.
They did.
I don't know.
Who came back against the Ravens a week ago. This is just kind of where the league is right now. I agree with you. It's only September.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to give the first quarter of the season. I don't know how they want to do it now. It used to be 4 games. You call it each 4-game stretch was a quarter, and so these first 4 to 5 games, we'll know who is who and what's what. But right now, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's some really bad teams. It's some really good teams that haven't played up to their full potential yet. I don't know who's who and what's what yet.
My last thing is that the Carolina Panthers, they look pretty decent without Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's going to continue, but that was something that we talked about last week when Andy Dalton came in. When he would come in, I think he was still with the Panthers last season, if I'm not mistaken.
He was.
So when he came in, they actually looked kind of decent. I won't say they would look good by any means, but they did pick up a win this week. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's Bryce Young now? Is he the issue, or is it just more than just the quarterback?
Well, I still think they have problems. There's a lot of things that are true here. I still think they have a lot of problems beyond Bryce Young. This was a horrible look for Bryce Young, let's be honest. Yeah. And I think the Raiders kind of read their headlines after beating the Ravens last week. So I think it's a combination of things. Let's remember, the Raiders aren't a good team just because they went into Baltimore and was gifted a victory by the Ravens.
Baltimore forgets how to finish games. They almost did it yesterday. They've done this for the last couple of years where they don't know what to do when they have the lead. It's simple. Just finish the game. Get a first down, get a couple of them, game over. But the Raiders beat the Ravens last week, and then this week, I would say they laid an egg. To let Carolina beat you in the manner, and it wasn't from start to finish. Carolina looked like the better team, better coached. They just looked like they were more aggressive. And then when you have the Raiders head coach saying, the guys made business decisions and we will do the same.
Not great.
That's a problem.
That is a big problem.
That's a problem.
Yep.
If you're on that team. So, I don't know. Panthers looked really, really good. Raiders not so much.
All right, that's Marsh's Week 3 NFL notes. Is now the time to replace John Mozeliak? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN.
Trick question? Getting old stinks, and especially when you're a guy, at some point it is inevitable. Testosterone will start to go away. Lower testosterone means irritability, more fatigue. That little extra fat lingers around a little more, and that desire to even go to a gym goes bye-bye. But Anthony, I've got the fix.
What do you got?
Mentality. That's the fix. 2 locations, South County, Chesterfield. And when you go in there, Anthony, they treat you awesome.
Yeah, they're the people are amazing, right? They make it easy for you. You make sure that you tell them everything that's going on. You tell them about maybe your low energy, maybe your irritability, maybe that you're not performing despite what your age is. You know that there's more to you, right? So go down there, tell them how you're feeling. If they do recommend doing the blood, give them blood. It's easy. If you are low on testosterone and other vitamins like Jamie and I were, jump on the program. Within weeks, you'll start to feel more energized. You'll start to feel, if you do go into the gym, all of a sudden you start to feel like the weight's going up a little bit easier. Maybe you got more energy at the end of the day. You start to feel great. And that's Jamie, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it is. And there's no reason to procrastinate because it's covered by most insurances too. So get in there, tell them Anthony and Jamie sent you in there, and if you can't do that, at least check out things online. Visit them at lowtusa.com. That's Mentality.
It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. Is now the time to replace John Mozeliak. We've talked a lot about the comments made by Nolan Arenado and Willson Contreras and some of the front off, some of the shots or at least the pokes from players when it comes to the front office. Let's be clear here. John Mozeliak has never once took an at-bat this year. He has never once thrown a pitch. The players need to take accountability for their own performances or lack thereof, right? But, Carey, when you look at this team and the way that they have underperformed and the overall lack of vision now, what feels like for multiple years, I do think it's time for a new voice. It's time for new vision. It's time to shake things up at the top. Because if you don't, you're going to wind up in a situation where we're going to be right back here a year from now complaining really about the same stuff. So, is it all emote? No. But you're not going to replace the owners, and you can't replace all the players. And Mo's been here for a very long time, and he's done some really good things. But I do think now's the time to have that new vision and that new approach.
So I feel like if that were the case, then they probably would have done that last year or maybe before then. I don't feel like, and he has one more year left on his contract, correct? He's done after the 2025 season.
Yeah.
I don't know what he makes. I don't know the terms financially, but I don't know that the Cardinals would just say, all right, you walk away and we'll still pay you to leave. Like, you do business, Jamie. That's not sound business, especially if you got concern about what the finances are going to look like for 2025. And again, I don't know. It would be the same thing you say with Ollie. Like, you don't pay people to not do their job if you have concerns about the money that'll be coming in 2025. So I don't think there are any moves in terms of the front office. I think the moves that will be made, if there are any, it would just be an unfortunate, somebody got to go. So it's probably going to be a position coach. It's going to be a hitting coach, a pitching coach. Like, it's going to be somebody on that bench. Well, you know what? We didn't do this well enough. We got to go in a different direction. That's like firing the offensive coordinator.
Right.
Like, the team stinks offensively. We're not scoring. You got to go.
Yeah.
The offensive coordinator is the entire team sucks. Why are you pointing him out? But that's usually how it goes. So I think that will be the move as opposed to getting rid of John Mozeliak.
So here's the way I look at it. Your business is failing. If we're going to do the whole put the business hat on, your business is failing. I don't mean like the dollars and cents, wins and losses. That part of your business is failing. You already have a contract with John Mozeliak. So whether you tell him to sit at home and pay him or he goes and sits in his office, you're paying him. The dollar value is the same on the contract, right?
Correct.
But if I'm going to fix my business, which is the baseball team, I can no longer have him in that office. So based on the fact that it's already a sunken cost for my team, whatever his salary is, I'm already paying it. So I'd rather take the responsibility out of his hands, and I'll pay him the money, but then there's no extra damage that he can do to the team because he's no longer in charge of that spot. What he is good at, though, is he can work somewhere in your baseball development operations, like whatever, with the scouts, this, that, the other. You just reassign him within the organization, and he's going to say yes because if he says no and he refuses, now you can suspend him without pay. John Mozeliak's going to want to receive his paycheck every 2 weeks or whatever they do, every month in baseball. I don't know how they work. It doesn't matter. He's going to like to get that paycheck. So for me to fix the business, the money's already gone. I already agreed to the contract. The money's gone, so forget it.
Right.
Now, how can I improve the team while still having that money that's going out? I put somebody else in that spot.
So if someone else is in that spot, what does that mean for Ollie Marmol? Because he's Mo's guy. So if you're getting rid of Mo, are you getting a new manager? We saw the Reds. They gave out an extension to David Bell, and then they fired him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's automatic that Ollie would leave. I don't know if it's automatic that he stays. I think what happens then is whoever the president of baseball operations is, they go through everything. They do the internal the audit.
Audit, yeah.
The internal audit. They go through things. They basically have Ollie Marmol go through the interview process and tell me why you deserve to still be here because this is 2 years in a row that have been ugly. Now, whether it was other extenuating circumstances, whether it was the president of baseball operations prior to me or whatever, the player's not performing, fine. Believe me, we're taking all of that into consideration. We're not just blaming you.
Yeah.
But I need to know from you why you think you should still have your job. And at the end of it, if you're satisfied as the new president of baseball operations, then you say, okay, Ollie's going to be our guy, but then you communicate it to the fan base. You say, hey, look, we went through an extensive interview process with Ollie Marmol and the rest of the staff, and we believe that this is the right staff combined with what we're going to provide them for a team and the resources. We believe they can get the job done.
I'm with you. 100%. It's all about fixing the actual problem. And the actual problem is not to just look at what holes the roster has. Because I think that's what the Cardinals have been doing now for several years. Mm-hmm. What do we need? Well, we need 3 pitchers. Okay, great. I'll go to market. I'll get my 3 pitchers. Good. You're not good. You didn't actually fix the problem. Well, we don't have enough offense. Okay, well, we'll trade for whoever's available, or we'll sign the top guy that is in a position of need. That's how you wind up with some of the bad trades you've made and some of the mediocre free agents that you have brought in. It is not just about signing or trading or the current 40-man roster. It is about a vision for your organization. They had one under Whitey Herzog. They had one under Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan. They had one for a little bit with Mike Schultz, and off-field stuff there was issues there. You don't have one now, and I blame Mo for that. Either his vision isn't a good one, or he doesn't have a vision. Either way, this organization's kind of lost its way.
How soon will we know this? Like, are we? Because last year they didn't have a postseason conference. They didn't do anything at the end of season conference. There was no press conference for us to know what the expectations were for 2024. When do they have this postseason press conference? At what point do we know which route they're going? Or do they say, you know what, the hell with you, we're not doing it again?
No, I think you'll have a press conference this year. Whether it'll be right away following the season or not, I don't know. I think Cardinal Nation will have an answer as to what this team's plans are moving forward within 2 weeks of the season being over.
I would love to see it.
But you may not like what they say. They might come on and say, hey, we're running it back, and then everybody be pissed off.
Yeah, you're right.
But they also might come on and say, okay, this is the first time under this ownership that we are going to see a lot of change.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you're right, CD. I think Turner Ward and Dusty Blake, they're probably gone. The pitching coach, the hitting coach, the hitting coach has to go. That offense that you pointed out earlier, 3 years in a row, it's declined. The offense, it's got to go. Pitching coach, you know what? He's probably just a victim of circumstance at that point, because I don't think he's the issue.
Yeah.
You know, you got these veteran players that didn't pitch up to their potential or whatever. That's not Dusty Blake's fault.
No.
But guess what? You have to have the sacrificial lamb.
Yep.
And if you're going to prove to Cardinal Nation that we are going in a different direction, and you do, let's say you do, change the president of baseball operation, you have to have other moves to it. It has to be like, holy crap, the Cardinals are serious this time.
So, I think that those are going to be the big moves. I put air quotes is pitching coach, hitting coach.
I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be the only thing.
We moved on from them. We're going to bring in somebody, a name that you like and think that this is going to be better.
Right.
And maybe that is enough. Maybe that's enough. And maybe that, in their mind, that's the one thing. Because, again, I don't know. They have everybody, for the most part, still under contract for next year. This does not strike me as an organization that makes wholesale moves. Correct.
They're up for contract. Like, their contract's over.
And what I'm saying is, to me, those will be the 2 big moves that are made. There is no, and I have not seen this organization willing to make moves in terms of, we need a new left fielder, we need a new, second baseman, or what we need a new first baseman. We're going to go out and get 3 new position players and upgrade from there. And we're going to upgrade in the pitching rotation, in the starting rotation. That's 4 to 5 moves. That's not happening. So the big moves are going to be probably pitching coach, as you said, hitting coach, as you said, and that's it. And maybe, but it's not going to be a free agent that wows you and says, oh, we needed that.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening.
I just disagree. I just disagree. And it's actually not that I think you're wrong. I'm just disagreeing from the standpoint of if I owned the Cardinals, if this was my business, I would make a change at the top because the man at the top has not been able to put a good team on the field for 2 years in a row.
Agreed.
And last year was historically bad, and this year it has been another run it back, but lots of frustration.
So let me ask you a question. If they got rid of Mo and Ollie, pitching coach Ward and Blake, but they kept the same team, are we in a better mindset for 2025?
But here's the thing is, whoever does that, if someone has the bells to fire those guys, then you have to make other changes. It cannot be the old Cardinal, like, we made our changes here, we're going to run it back with this team.
So the important thing is the changes to the roster, not so much to the front office.
No,
or
I
to
disagree.
The staff.
I would flip those.
So you're not going to get both.
But here's
but to me, Jamie, and maybe you're thinking differently, but to me, if you do fix that, you're at least starting in the right direction on the other thing.
And I think it's inevitable that whoever takes over is going to want to make it their team. So, like, if you give me the job, if Bill DeWitt Jr. came and said, Jamie, you've got the job, I tell you what, right now we're making changes. Why? Because this needs to be my team.
Okay.
I cannot sit in this job and run it back with John Mozeliak's team. I cannot.
Right.
So you're giving me this job, which means you're agreeing to let me make changes.
So if I just feel like if you fire Marmol, you got to fire Mo. Like, I feel like they have to be hand in hand. Because you can't have one. You can't do one without the other.
I'm not interested in Ollie right now.
I'm not saying fire. I don't know who they fire, but if you were to fire the manager, you got to fire the guy that put the players in place to begin with.
So yes, if I'm the DeWitts, the biggest hurdle is finding the top of the food chain. Firing the manager and leaving the president of baseball operations is backwards. You can't.
Correct.
So if I'm going to make a change, the president of baseball operations will be changed, and then that's when that process will start of, hey, you're the new president of baseball operations. We currently have a manager, but we're going to let you interview him and go through the process to make sure you like him so that he's your guy. If he's not your guy, then we, ownership and you, are going to have a talk about who we think could be the guy and what our budget is.
And I think I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is you're going to get one or the other. You're either going to get new players or you're going to get a new front office.
I understand what you're saying, but
I don't think that
that will be really bad business.
Just for 2025, you're saying?
Yeah, for 2025.
Okay.
No,
well,
but
you got to start somewhere, though.
If they change the president of baseball operations, they cannot run it back with the same roster. They just can't.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Not the whole, like, you're going to have to make some small.
I agree as well.
Just like if I'd made you a head coach of a team, right, or whatever, or the boss of my company, I guess. Carey Davis is president of Synergy Hockey, let's say, right?
Congratulations.
You're coming in.
Got a camp for you.
And let's say the operations aren't working properly and the staff isn't the right staff. You're coming in.
Right.
You're not going to look me in the eye and say, oh, I'll take over this mess and just keep it the same. You say, no, I need to make this, I need my people here.
I agree 100%. I just don't. I haven't seen it, so maybe we'll be surprised.
We'll see.
Yes.
All right, it's Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We did Marsh's notes, Carey's notes, Jamie notes. I got my notes, and Marsh is going to like some of them. Next on 101 ESPN.
If you're thinking about selling your home and you have questions or concerns, or maybe you're just stressed out and you don't really know the market because it has been all over the place with interest rates fluctuating. The market has been affected by that. Pick up the phone and call Gloria Liu with your home sold guaranteed realty. Gloria Liu has been in the business for over 20 years, and she has a database with thousands of ready, willing, and able buyers. And right now in today's market, that creates a lot of traffic to your listing, maybe multiple offers, and hopefully more cash for you at the end of all of it. Gloria Liu does such a great job of making sure that she understands exactly what you can ask for as far as a listing price for your home. She knows what the comparables are in your market, and she knows how to get you to the closing table with the most money possible. So please do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call Gloria Liu, tell her Jamie Rivers sent you in. Her number is 314-325-6888. That's 314-325-6888, or you can always visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update. Brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We just got done talking about your St. Louis Cardinals that did take 2 of 3 against the Guardians this weekend. The Cards are off today, but they'll take on Colorado tomorrow on the road, 7:40 first pitch. City SC defeated San Jose 2-1 this weekend. They have Sporting KC on Saturday, a 7:30 start time. And the Blues had 2 preseason games over the weekend. They lost both 2-1 final against Dallas and a 5-3 loss against the Utah Hockey Club. First time seeing the hockey club in action. We have Monday Night Football for you tonight. Bills, Jags. We'll have the pregame show starting after our show. We'll get to that here soon. But coming up next, we have Anthony's NFL Week 3 game notes. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
right, time for my Week 3 game notes here. I pitched this out to you guys earlier in the show. You know, in all of the NFL, if you're talking about head coach combination or offensive play caller combination with defensive coordinator, I don't think you can find a better one right now in the NFL than Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo. But in the NFC, is there a better combo right now, head coach and defensive coordinator, than Marsh's guys, Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores? With the way Brian Flores is running that defense, confusing even, I mean, you're talking about C.J. Stroud lighting up the league. I know he didn't have Joe Mixon yesterday, but he still had his full complement of wide receivers. And C.J. Stroud struggled big time. Is there a better combination right now, head coach DC, in the NFC than those two?
Well, I mean, I'm always going to go with Mike Tomlin and whoever's at DC, Terrell Austin. Yeah.
But in the NFC.
Oh, in the NFC.
Yeah, because in the
NFL.
All of NFL, I got to go with Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo. But in the NFC, like Kyle Shanahan, I love Kyle Shanahan. I love Sean McVay, but I don't think their defensive coordinators match up.
They've been doing a really good job.
At what, blowing games?
No, I'm talking about the Vikings.
Oh, thank you,
sir.
Marsh jumped right down your throat. The Packers are off to a really good start. I'll get to LaFleur in a second here, but again, with the way Kevin O'Connell has worked with now, I mean, it wasn't just Kirk Cousins a year ago. It was Kirk Cousins. It was what's the kid that got off the flight in Atlanta and won that game? Joshua Dobbs just meeting his guys.
Nick Mullins.
Yeah. Now Sam Darnold. I mean, man, nobody. The Jets couldn't get anything out of Darnold. The Panthers couldn't do anything. He was a backup last year, Shanahan, and now we're talking about him through 3 weeks being an absolute stud.
Yeah, they probably are in the NFC for sure. I mean, yeah.
You're looking. You're thinking.
I am. I'm Detroit. Nah.
Have you guys been impressed by the Lions so far this season?
I was impressed by that first game.
Yeah,
against the Rams.
I thought they looked impressive against the Rams. The Rams gave them some problems.
The first game.
Get my team out your mouth.
I like that.
Which team, Jamie?
Any of them, okay? Although I let the Patriots slide a little bit. They're not very good.
I think that yesterday was kind of a reaction to how they lost the week prior, where they had Jared Goff put the ball in the air 40-plus times. They don't want to play that way. So I think yesterday was more about getting back to that physical style. Have they been as impressive as they were a year ago? No, but I still think that they're an excellent team.
I think they're going to be fine. I do agree they have not been as sharp as they were last season, but I think they're going to be fine. I still believe they win that division.
I'll tell you right now, they pulled off just a beautiful hook and ladder yesterday. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs. Why do teams not do more of that? Like, I love the hook and ladder.
Maybe the high risk behind it.
A little bit.
It's not really a high risk play,
that didn't really look that risky.
It's you throw as long as the hook is open, the hitch or whatever you're running, the curl. Generally speaking, everybody's going to converge on that guy that caught the ball. You toss it to a young man that can fly like Gibbs. I mean, it's
but the unknown in it, Carey, and you know this.
You got to have a smart player,
and you have to be like you can't get hit either.
Correct.
You're trying to give the ball, somebody drills you. Now that ball ends up 10 yards over the head of you know what I'm saying.
You got to be throwing it to a player that you trust, because he's going to make a good decision. It's almost like when you call a halfback pass. Halfback pass, he's going to catch that pitch. He's going to throw it. He wants to throw it, but he has to be smart enough to know, if he's not covered, I'm throwing it out of bounds.
Or I got to eat it.
Yeah. So it's usually players that you really trust. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a guy you can trust. Didn't seem like a very dangerous play. Really good play for them.
I do like those plays. It's fun to see something.
All right, my second one. Has any coach done a better job than Matt LaFleur this season, like through 3 weeks?
No.
I know I just highlighted Kevin O'Connell in that job.
Done a hell of a job.
He has.
Come on.
But I think that Matt LaFleur has had even less to work with Malik Willis. I mean, he just showed up. The Titans just gave him Malik Willis a couple of weeks ago. He looks like an actual, not only a quarterback yesterday in Tennessee, but a good one.
So let me ask you this about Malik Willis. And I don't know it. He played, 3 games last year for the Titans. He's very little experience overall as a starter. is this a situation? Could he be another quarterback that was just mishandled by a team and now pass him on to a good coach like Matt LaFleur, good offensive guy, Sean McVay-ish type guy, and not that he fixes them, but he pulls out the best out of that quarterback?
I think we're seeing that right now.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to say that he's going to be a good quarterback or he's going to be
he's
a
serviceable,
but he is serviceable right now. I mean, again, he looked good.
Where last year you were like, he probably can't play.
Right.
But maybe it wasn't him because maybe no one can play in that Tennessee offense.
Right.
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I think next week, if Jordan Love is not good to go, and Malik Willis is the starter, I think next week will really show us what kind of quarterback he is, because they are taking on what we just mentioned him, Brian Flores' defense in Minnesota. It's going to be a great matchup. So we'll see, I think, what kind of quarterback he is, because let's be honest, they played the Titans and they played the Colts.
Yes.
So let's just pump the brakes for a second, although he has looked good. Let's see how next week
Who they got next
up.
week again?
The Vikings.
Oh,
At Lambeau, though. So
that'll be a challenge.
For people eaters.
They are.
All right, last one for you. Niners are in serious trouble beyond the injuries.
100%.
When you look at the injuries, that's one thing. Carey, you had highlighted some of those, I believe, in your notes, or at least your overreaction from earlier today. But you think about the investments that they've made. So Brandon Ayuk is not hurt. But Brandon Ayuk wasn't even a focal point yesterday. It was Juwan Jennings, who is one of the better third wide receivers in the league. But he went off yesterday. That should have been a spot where Brandon Ayuk, does something. So they gave a lot of money to Ayuk. Not great. They gave a lot of money to an injury-prone player in CMC. I love Deebo Samuel. He's one of my favorite players in the NFL. But this is somebody that also misses a handful of games a year. George Kittle is hurt again. They've invested a lot of money in players that have gotten banged up in their careers, and especially over the last couple of years. So, not great. All right, we've got Bet the Board, 3 stars of the day, and criticisms and compliments next.
Price just went up on car insurance? Check us out at carltoninsurance.net.
The Missouri Athletic Club is a great spot for the family. It's a great spot for me as an individual. So I love kind of working out and, getting to know a lot of people there. I love using the business center when it comes to prepping for the show. But when it comes to the family life, whether it's during the summertime when we go downtown and park there and do the Jackbutt Grill before Cardinals games, or when it comes to the West Clubhouse for the pool and everything, I just love using the amenities at the Missouri Athletic Club. Lots of different clubs within the club. Again, it's a perfect spot for the family. That's my MAC, Missouri Athletic Club. If you missed anything from today's show, you can always download the podcast, available at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 ESPN mobile app. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Time to bet the board here. I'm feeling one of those Jamie 8-leg parlays coming up by the end of the week for myself.
I may not need to go 8 this time.
It's been a rough month, man.
Marshy, what are the standings? CD's in front, right?
Yeah, so CD leads the pack with 9 points on the month. Jamie, you're right behind him with 8.
Oh.
I am behind you, Jamie, with 7, and Anthony has 5.
Whew. Somebody learned how to putt.
Someone's closer. All right,
Go ahead, big boy. Here comes a 1.5er. What are you going to do in 2 weeks?
Hey, you don't worry about what I'm going to do in 2 weeks, okay? Give me Brian Robinson, 10.5 receiving yards. Over. Minus 125.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I've done the old running back wide receiver thing, or receiving.
I did it last week.
Not great.
All right. I'm going to Seattle and Houston. On the money line, I've got the Astros winning. It's minus 135. Damn it. Was that where you were going?
Yeah.
Sorry, Anthony.
No, you're not.
Do you want that pick?
No.
Do you want it?
No.
Good. I wasn't giving it to you.
I didn't think so.
It's so rude.
Give me a Trevor Lawrence interception tonight. Monday Night Football, minus
Never
135.
turns the ball over.
Kind of does.
All right, since Jamie took my pick, why don't we just go with the Jacksonville Jaguars plus 4.5 tonight? That line seems way too low. I'm going to fade my thought process. That's right. I'm fading myself.
So you think the Jags stay inside that 4.5?
Certainly do, Jamie.
Wow.
I certainly do. And your guys' reaction to this makes me feel a lot better. Because I don't feel good about it. And then I'm looking at you guys and you're like, you know what this is? This is USC versus Michigan.
Wait, the game's in Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
For what it's worth, Jacksonville did win there last season.
Has Jacksonville won yet this year?
No.
Okay. I knew the answer. I just wanted Anthony to
And
answer.
not tonight. But they lose by an FG. All right, Marsh, what do you got?
All right, we have from the 618 question. I'm currently on vacation in Florida, listening to you boys on the 101 ESPN app, sponsored by Dobbs Tire and Auto. Several drinks into the afternoon and about to get in the pool. Okay. Does Anthony have any safety advice he can pass along?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah. I think as long as you're not ham sauce like I was, and
well, they're apparently they are
drinks. So now
keep your head above water.
That's solid advice.
Yep, just do that.
Don't go under.
Don't go under.
Okay.
That was my issue. I was hammered.
Yeah.
And then I was playing. You know, like I was playing with the kids. So we called it Monster. I was the monster.
That's hard to believe.
And, shot off the one side, got a little turned around because I was hammered, and then I hammered my face.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so just stay above ground, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
And I would say that if you have the option, stay in the shallow end.
Yeah,
sure.
I don't want any accidents.
Especially because it's boring 7 o'clock down there. It's getting a little later at night. Dark. Keep it safe.
Don't forget, too, you can join Jamie Rivers this Thursday. Each week, the Rizzuto Show and the Fast Lane are battling in the Pick'em Challenge, but sometimes they come together to hang out and watch a little foosball. So you can learn from the Rizzuto Show and Jamie Rivers from our show, the Fast Lane, this Thursday, 6:30 to 8:30 at Helen Fitzgerald's. Go watch some Thursday Night Football, get signed up for a point and 101 ESPN giveaways, and enjoy some cold Bud Light. That's this Thursday, 6:30 to 8:30 with Learn and Jamie at Helen Fitzgerald's on Lindbergh in Sunset Hills.
We have one from the Water Boy. Anthony, before they landed on the Brooklyn Robins, the Romans had suggested the Blue Herons, but Brooklyn felt they looked too sick to be a team mascot.
That's a good call. Yeah, I never thought about that, but that does make some sense, guys.
It does.
Yeah. Good call on that one.
Like it. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. From 636, have a great night, guys.
All right.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Appreciate you.
Nice. You guys going to be watching both Monday Night Football games?
I think I will, yeah.
double TVs.
What upstanding citizen wouldn't be?
Are they both
Exactly.
on at the same time? No.
No, kind of.
Yeah.
One's at 6:30, one's at 7:30, I think.
Okay, guys, how does that doesn't make any sense. The NFL, I know the NFL doesn't care, but
They don't care.
my
They don't care.
gosh,
You're going to watch, Jamie. You're going to flip back and forth if need be.
that's just weird.
Commercial on one, go to the other.
Get what you get, and don't throw a fit.
I think the Bills-Jags game is more a compelling matchup than the Commanders-Bengals.
I think both games are going to wind up being close.
Do you?
I do.
Think the old Washington Commanders got it in them?
I think they're going to keep it somewhat close. Yes. Yes, I do. I know you don't believe that based on your attitude right now toward me. But
I'm listening.
You know what? It's fine.
I learned something new, I don't know. Who really knows this first week of the season?
knows?
First 3 weeks of the season.
knows?
From the 314, this is Greg from Washington, Missouri.
Hey, Greg.
Hi, Greg.
Carey, I listened to the Nebraska-Illinois game the other night, 8:90 a.m. Great job calling the game. Hope to hear more from you calling games.
I loved it. Loved winning. Wish I'd have known my partner in crime here dogged my team while I was out on Friday.
Would you have shared that over the airwaves?
I'm not that kind of guy to really call out, my teammate. Well, sometimes I do. I call you out every now and then. I apologize. I do every time I apologize, though. Right? But Anthony, he just talked bad about my U of I folk.
I did.
My fight in the line. I probably said they didn't have any fight. It's part of the reason why they wouldn't win. Called them
He
terrible.
said a lot of terrible things.
Said they were.
I didn't call them terrible.
No, I said you said terrible things.
What did you say? What was the word you
They're
said?
frauds.
They were frauds.
I said the ranking was fraudulent.
As if being called terrible is that far off.
He draws the line there,
I mean, guys, quite frankly, I still haven't heard the problem.
We aren't frauds or terrible.
Okay, well, but Carey,
Therein lies the problem.
I also haven't heard a thank you yet from you. For inspiring the Illini.
Okay.
I said it. I inspired. And now no thank you.
Nobody heard it on the Illini bus going over to the stadium.
Why not?
They didn't hear it. Well, they were dialed in. They weren't tuned into the fast lane, although they should be. They gotta get those guys dialed in.
I think that's ridiculous, first and foremost, but fine.
Let them know what you said.
Okay.
Say it again before we go to Penn State.
Okay.
All right, should we get to our 3 stars of the day before we have some bonus content?
Little bonus fast lane for you peeps.
Would you like to explain?
Well, tonight we're leading up into the pregame for the Bills and the Jaguars. So we're going to be on for an extra 10 minutes. We got a full extra segment.
You got the bonus plan.
You got the bonus plan. Talk a little football tonight. Maybe I'll talk about how the game's going to be close, and Jamie and Carey and Marshy will disagree. It'll be fun.
All right, well, our 3 stars of the day, we'll start off with the 3rd star. It goes out to Lunchables.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Lunchables.
The adult Lunchables. Jamie, you should bring those
not
in
them.
for the crew.
Because really, a charcuterie board is really an adult
essentially the same
lunchable,
thing.
too.
It's essentially the same thing.
Good call.
Our 2nd star of the day goes out to Willson Contreras and Nolan Arenado.
Yeah.
Nice,
stepping
all right.
up and saying something.
Yes.
Somebody say something.
Somebody had to say something.
There we go.
Finally.
And our 1st star of the day goes to a guy who's just been on his high horse today, and why wouldn't he be? His teams are undefeated right now, just having a great time, heading into work on a Monday. That is Carey Davis.
Carey Davis. Yes, sir.
And my Victory Monday shirt on.
Yeah.
You only get those if you win on Sunday.
What if you win on Monday night?
It's already a Victory Monday. Well, yeah, if it's a
You have a Victory Tuesday shirt?
No, because you're already off on
And what
Tuesdays.
if you play on Thursday?
Yeah, you can still get a Victory Monday.
You have to get a Victory Friday shirt?
Oh yeah, every day's a victory.
Is
you
it?
win. Yeah, you might, depending on what the next week looks
Yeah.
like. Yeah,
I feel like this is occupying a lot of closet
I do,
space.
too.
All you do is win. Win the game, Jamie. Things take care of themselves.
All you do is win.
All you do is win,
no
win,
matter
win, no
what.
matter what. Got money on my mind.
Never give it up.
Yep. All right, that'll do it for us here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We will see you in a minute. George at the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. I got one more segment for you. And, we were like, what do we talk about? Carey actually just said something that I think is a perfect conversation.
Yeah.
Why, oh, why are you not sold yet on the Buffalo Bills?
I mean, they beat the Cardinals.
You love the Cardinals.
Oh, my goodness.
It's one of your favorite teams.
You got into the biggest argument with me over your stupid Cardinals.
Was not done. The St. Louis Cardinals are my Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals, no. But they almost...
That's not the way he acted last week.
What I was about to say is they beat the Cardinals, and the Cardinals had a chance to win that game. Then they beat the Miami Dolphins, and we all saw what they look like without a quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa. Now, in fairness to them, they were beating them pretty good before Tua got hurt. But there was no chance that the Dolphins were going to get back into that game after he did get hurt. So here we are. They got tonight. They're 2-0 versus the 0-2 Jacksonville Jaguars.
So
We'll see how it goes.
This Stephon Diggs thing really got to you, huh?
It bothers me.
Every time we bring up the Buffalo Bills, one, Carey doesn't believe they can be any good at all without Diggs. Doesn't believe in them. And now, even though they've won 2 games, Carey still is unwilling.
I mean, we'll see what they look like tonight.
But do you consider the Jaguars to be a formidable opponent?
Not really.
So then what are we going to learn tonight?
If they lose, then we'll learn a lot. Same thing. Even if it's close. Didn't we learn a lot about Mizzou, even though they beat Vandy? Did we learn a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we learned a lot.
What did we learn?
Well, they're persistent. They don't give up, no matter how tough things get.
That was some. You should be a politician, sir.
That was really good.
That was amazing. That was pretty damn good.
I mean, that was honestly pretty.
Top tier.
You're welcome.
That was pretty special what you just did there. Yeah.
Yeah. I learned something different about Mizzou this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, we looked at the game differently.
We did. Yeah. They won. But they should have beat the hell out of Vandy.
So I think that both these games wind up being close tonight, and it's really
That's
more
because you bet that way.
No. For Bet the Board, I did, sure. But I just feel like, that one of the themes that we talked about today, look at the 0-2 teams from this past weekend. Carolina, 0-2. They went into Vegas and won big. The Giants, 0-2. They went into Cleveland and won. Now you've got a Jacksonville team that's 0-2.
At home. They're at home tonight. Jacksonville is at home.
No, Buffalo. They're in Buffalo.
Oh, I'm sorry. They are in Buffalo.
Yeah. So now you're on the road, and everybody's saying, 0-2, look out. Like, this is a bad spot. Again, they went into Buffalo in October last year and won. Now, I don't think they've looked right since that point, but this is still a team that's got a lot of the assembled talent from 2 years ago when they won the AFC South. And they kind of choked last year, or else they would have gone to the playoffs again a year ago. There's something missing with this Jacksonville team, but I don't think they're so far off that they've suddenly become a bad football team. They look pretty good between the 20s. They get inside the red zone, and that's where they need Trevor Lawrence, who's paid handsomely, to step up, and he just hasn't done it. I'd love to see them run Travis Etienne a lot more, because they're not going to have a lot of outside presence here tonight. Buffalo does a great job taking out the opposing wide receivers. So I don't think this is a big night for Brian Thomas. I don't think this is a big night for Christian Kirk. I don't think this is a big night for Gabe Davis in a revenge spot for him. The Bills take these guys away. I think there's going to be a lot of short, quick passing, or maybe even some Trevor Lawrence runs.
I think the Jags will play them well. I think, whenever they play Buffalo, you always have the Josh Allen versus Josh Allen. I know the other one changed his last name to Allen Hines or Hines Allen. But either way, he usually gets after the Bills quarterback, Josh Allen. So I think the Bills will have a little bit of trouble tonight. I think Jaguars, desperate. They cannot go 0-3. I'm not a huge fan of Jacksonville. I don't think that they are... but that AFC South now is wide open with Houston losing yesterday. Like, you still have a chance to get back into this thing, where if they had been 3-0 and now you're 0-3, it looks so far off. Houston losing gave Jacksonville an opening to try to get back into that division. Tonight has to be a game where they really put it all together. As you said, running Travis Etienne is going to be a good thing for them if they're able to do it. I do think Gabe Davis is going to be jacked up to go back to Buffalo and try to make an impact and have a big play here or there. So, I think this is going to be a good game for him.
All right, so the other game is Washington and Cincinnati. And I know Washington's not a good football team whatsoever, but Jaden Daniels, with his running ability, he kind of gives them a chance to extend drives. And let's not forget, Cincinnati got pushed around by New England in that first game. This could be a Jaden Daniels, Brian Robinson type of night where they shorten the game a little bit. And if they're better in the red zone than they were a week ago when they settled for 5 field goals, maybe they weren't. Maybe not all of the field goals were in the red zone, but they moved the ball. And they moved the ball against Tampa. They scored 20-some-odd points, granted in a blowout. But this Washington team, I think, is interesting because of Jaden Daniels. There's no downfield passing at all. Like, Terry McLaurin has been a ghost.
It's so weird to me, too, because he is a spectacular player.
Stud.
But for whatever reason, their inability to get on track with him, that's been kind of strange to see.
So, you guys, let's just say the Bengals find a way to lose tonight.
Okay.
Like, what are we thinking there? Because that's a team that they did not have a great season last year, but you attribute that because Joe Burrow was injured and whatnot. Yeah. And then it's a team this year that I think to a man we predicted they'd make the playoffs or be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And what if they start 0-3?
I'm not concerned about the Bengals. I think T. Higgins will be back tonight. Jamar Chase got his feet up under him after missing all the training camp. Yeah, obviously Joe Burrow is healthy. I think that tonight, and hopefully, ILL, hopefully they let Chase Brown be the ball carrier because I don't need to see Moss run the ball too much more.
You don't like him?
I don't think he's. I think Chase Brown is a better running back, and I think he should be getting the bulk of the carries. I think he should be the starter. Maybe I'm biased.
There, you said it.
I did.
There, I said
out there.
Done.
It's out there. Yep. Make it happen.
Make it happen is right. All right. We do have some Monday Night Football coverage for you tonight. We've got both games. No, I'm sorry. We got the first game, Bills and Jaguars pregame starting at 6:30. So we will have a little coverage here before the kickoff, and then you got Bills and you got Jaguars. Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence. I think the big storyline here is what Jamie just said about Jacksonville and then Cincinnati. You mentioned the two teams that are 0-2. But I think both games are going to be pretty good. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock here in the Fast Lane. We'll cover more of the Cardinals. We'll certainly break down these two games, maybe dive back into some of Mizzou's struggles or highlight some more Fighting Illini for our guy, Carey Davis. Don't forget Thursday, Jamie Rivers at Helen Fitzgerald's with Learn. You go watch the Thursday Night Football game out in South County with Jamie and with Learn. For Andrew Marsh, Carey Davis, Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. For real this time. We will see you.